think this thing's working. I don't have anything set up. Slacking. Slacking and smacking. Oh, cool. Alien can hear me. Thank God for small miracles. What the hell? It's like I got the noise isolated on this thing. Hopefully that's better. What is going on, guys? I know I sound like I just woke up. It's a combination of hay fever and still having this mild infection or getting over the cold. Oh, what's up, Midoriya? Dear Lord. Man, I really needed to clean up this workspace, and I've just been either too lazy or just not feeling good. I really need to set up like some kind of hot, like fast mic or something like that. Oh no, 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 no. No, we are not ready for video driver updates. Figures. Set up the stream, fire it all up, and yeah, that pops up right at 8 o'clock. Let's see. What's going on, everybody? How is everybody tonight? Everybody having a good one? How'd the trial go, Alien? Did old buddy get convicted or what? I mean, have to stream. Like, have to. If I don't, if I just go, you know what? Then you end up falling out of practice and falling behind. And then next thing you know, you're just like, you know what? I skipped last week. I can skip this week too. And then next thing you know, your streams just stop. Found guilty, huh? How long did he get? All right, let's adjust that. Might as well shoot us over. We already know we're doing Toga tonight, so I might as well set her all up. Good Lord. Blow the nose. So, how long did he get? He said he deleted his wife and his kids, right? I can definitely tell, like, I was slacking last time I was painting because that is a piss poor job on that. I have to touch everything up. Monday. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, today should have been a huge, huge newsworthy day. And yeah, no. They botched it. They botched the whole Epstein thing. He killed the kid. damn, dude. Like, I guess I'll teach him to clean his room next time. Like, that's some cold stuff. There's never been a time where I've looked at any of my kids and said, hey, you know what? You piss me off so bad, I'm going to delete you. Monster Energy drink, Midoriya. Yeah, I don't drink alcohol. I gave up drinking alcohol a long time ago. Let's see. Oh, that's weird. They update OB. There we go. All right. OBS, for whatever reason, wasn't detecting I was streaming. I really got to figure out Streamlabs. Then I think I can collab with you, right, Alien? Yeah, I'm limited on how many energy drinks I can take in a day. Um, really, I love my rock stars. And when I was working retail, when I was still working at Walgreens or whatever, I would drink like two to two to four of them a day, right? And then now I just get a case of Monster, and I'm allowed four a week. I think it has to be StreamYard. I think OBS. I don't know of a way where you can add people and remove them and stuff. All right, let's see what kind of damage I did last time. All right, so that's going to need touch up. I can see through it. That's not, I'm not real happy with that part right there. Yeah, right in here is definitely going to need some, get a little shadow on there. You can see how it's like see-through. So she's going to need a little touch up on that. Very nice, Midoriya. But yeah, I mean, should have been a great day. Um, really, really should have for transparency. And apparently, the FBI in New York has been holding out files from the AG, oh, from Pam Bondi. She said she would release the Epstein files day one. She didn't, but apparently that's because she was redacting things. Um, and then it turns out that the FBI in New York actually has more files that they refused to give her access to or pretended like they didn't have them. So that's great. And anybody who's paying attention, my humble opinion is the reason why that branch of the FBI was holding stuff out. That's where Hillary Clinton was, in that area. So I think they didn't want it coming to light because of Bill Clinton, which would make sense because he was apparently a frequent flyer to Epstein's Island. But honestly, there's not going to be much to tell other than guaranteed these are names that are on the list. And unless they're associating them with crimes, you got to remember, like even Donald Trump flew on Epstein's plane. He actually like had him at different parties and stuff until one time Epstein showed up with a girl that was a little too young, and Trump found it disgusting. Said, yeah, no, this girl is way too young. You got to get the hell out of here. And then just kind of severed ties with him. So now it's going to be interesting to see what they actually have on everybody else. But yeah, I think anybody who's looking for some kind of bombshell with it, like they're like, oh, it's sick, it's depraved. I think everybody's kind of rectified in their brains exactly what was going on and all that stuff. So I'm not seeing them coming out with something that's like so mind blowing, like, oh my God, you know? Um, but I do see them confirming people that are already thought to be on there, like, Prince Andrew. That's going to be a big one because that's some royal family stuff, and that'll be a huge blemish to the royals. Like if he's on there, and that like undeniable. But I'm guessing everybody's already expecting him to be on there, so no big shock, right? Your prince. Is he the prince that was promised though there, Danny Boss? Good to see you, man. But yeah, I'm thinking that that's probably going to be the one of the ones that everybody's going to be like, ooh, Bill Clinton, of course. But we already know, like, dude, Bill Clinton, just what he did when he was in office, like in the Oval Office with someone, that's going to be a big one. That's going to blow up like a nuke. But I'm guaranteeing you that Hillary Clinton definitely had something to do with the FBI in New York holding that up. Like, it's not going to shock me at all. It also won't shock me if it comes out that she knew about everything the whole time and helped cover it up or something like this. But one of the big things is the letter that Pam Bondi sent to Cash Patel today. That's one of the bigger headlines. And it's definitely like, I think it came up. Tim Pool said the FBI has gone rogue, and it's like, no, they really haven't. They're just standard. It's pretty much that's exactly what I expect from the FBI. Anybody who expects anything different from them, like they're actually on the up and up, and like, straight up G-men and all this stuff. Nope. No, they're either getting paid off, through, hey, you want to keep your career, or, you know, they well, now we've got dirt on so and so, so this way if we have an investigation, we need them to play ball, we'll just pull this card, stuff like this. Yeah, I definitely must. I don't know what I was thinking with this thing, but the way I painted parts of it. Like, it's definitely, this whole thing kind of needs to get tightened up. And this brush has about had it too. I'm not exactly healthy. I took some Benadryl. Allergies are bad. I got a nasty upper respiratory infection, and I'm on antibiotics, blowing it out. This is why you don't start smoking cigarettes when you're young. definitely don't recommend them. Catches up with you later. But thank you, Danny, and thanks for checking in on me too. I thank you for checking in on me too. I do appreciate that. That was awesome. I pop on Discord and frequently every now and again. Oh, and thanks the other day with the ABL thing with the troll. Like I was going back and forth with in the chat. You hopped in on it, and I was like, bro, it's all good. Like this guy's boring. Like at first, I thought it was gonna be fun, and then like he like went standard and boring. And it's like if you're gonna be a troll, be a good troll. Be good at what you do. Hone your craft. Be better. I expect a certain level of trollery. And yeah, that guy definitely didn't have it. He was pretty bad at trolling. He was like boring and basic, but it was funny because I had to send thank you to Sheree because one of my fears was Sheree's going to mute this guy, like, or you know what I mean, silence him or what have you. And I was like, oh, please don't, please let him keep going. So I thanked her, and she even said, she was like, "Nah, you're a big boy. I knew you had it handled." I was like, "Okay, cool." Because sometimes messing around with the troll can be really fun if they come up with witty things. Like if you're going to troll, be very good at it. That's the only way I can put it. Like if you're saying stuff like we're 15 years old in a schoolyard or a high school, gymnasium, or 10 years old on a playground, like bro, you're basic, like you're boring. Like I'm just gonna fall asleep on you. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like you jumped in, Steve Kerfuffle said something. It was funny. Actually, the one that shocked me the most out of everybody, and shout out to him, was Shaquille Oatmeal. Because Shaq hopped in, he was like, "Hey, what's going on?" I was like, "Really?" Like out of nowhere, Shaquille Oatmeal. I think Sheree said it best. Shaquille Oatmeal, for as much grief as we give him, he is he's that guy that he's like a cousin that you can fight with, but yeah, somebody messes with him, you kind of go off about it. Like he's still family. It's funny. Yeah, and Shaq is the true troll. That's just it. Like I even thanked him. I think that night I was like, "Thank you for having a standard." Thank you for setting a standard, like, because this putz doesn't have it. But yeah, I was saying earlier, Danny, it's disappointing to me. So apparently they put out the list of names for Epstein, but we haven't seen them yet because they gave them to social media influencers. Like I give a goddamn what some social media influencers has to say. Put it on the official government website so I can see it. Like just pop it right there. Just bam, here you go. Here's the list of names. This is what we promised. Don't hand it out to Spuds McKenzie or whatever and expect that dog to hunt. Oh, really? I forgot I got to repaint those too. You had birthday trolls? Who the hell trolls somebody on their birthday? Did they know it was your birthday and specifically troll you because it was your birthday, or were they just being dicks? Like, was it friends that were messing around, or what? What happened with that, alien? I mean, if I've said it once, I've said it a million times. You know, I've had trolls in here. They pop in, they'll make a couple jokes or whatever, and I'll either laugh at them if it's funny. If it's not, it's just like, all right, bro, you're boring. But so far, I've had a couple funny ones, and they've liked and subscribed, so I'm all right with them. I've made peace with my trolls. A dude in another chat was saying his birthday was tomorrow over and over again. He told me today his birthday is soon. So he was just like trying to grab attention. Because half the time, the people that jump in, like, okay, I can see you jumping into a live chat and having fun and trolling somebody, right? Fun for like 5 minutes. But there's a certain point where it becomes sad and it's just, you're literally doing it because you want somebody to pay attention to you. Yeah, he wanted attention. That's what that came down to. He was like, Everybody pay attention to me. Everybody pay attention to me." And it's like, man, didn't your parents love you when you were a kid? Like, what are we doing here? Let's see. Let's see if this one's thin enough. Gotta get in between those teeth and clean them up. Black. I gotta be gentle with the tip on this one. Just the tip. I'm actually surprised. Normally, Sheree's in here and Devin and Bean. Well, Beans won't be here till later. Mister, like, the usual crowd, or regular crowd stumbles in. How having personal lives, like, what do you mean personal lives? I mean, what the hell are you going to stream about if not? Like, what? Just what everybody else does? Because that's essentially, what you're doing. Like, streaming in and of itself is just like blogging. Like, but shit, your name is Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Blog. Video log, jackass. That's what that means. like, of course, like, it should be all about, what's going on personally in your life or what you like and stuff like that. It doesn't have to be, it's not rocket science to figure out what your stream's about. I mean, I'm surprised you haven't changed the name of your stream to Today I Learned, because that would make sense to me. Because you're like on your stream. Speaking of which, check out Alien's stream if you haven't. Make sure you guys subscribe, like it, and everything else. He puts on a good stream every time, but he's always learning something different, new, and trying to push what he knows, like expand his knowledge. Whether it's watching a trial or playing a game, just discussing different esoteric things that he likes, aliens, and what have you. Sometimes he does music. Sometimes he does sports. He does all kinds of different stuff. Definitely an awesome channel. Definitely check him out. But that's just it. You have it right in your name. Vlog. Yeah, you do eclectic topics. I just kind of, honestly, I use this to motivate myself to paint because I'm a slacker and laziness is my superpower. So if I can talk about the day's events, stuff like that, give a hot take, maybe tell a story about when I was young, whatever, and it helps somebody or somebody's listening and finds it enjoyable, by all means. Besides that, just like you said, the chat is the chat and they have fun. Everybody interacts with each other. Everybody can come here and just kind of like, all right, I need a brain break from the week. Had a rough week. I need a brain break. I'll GAM streaming later. Oh, why not? And I'm all right with that too. I need to use the liner on that. Get that black off the brush and go to blue. Guy who designed this thing, he definitely got some detail into it, which makes it an even bigger pain in the butt to paint. Well, honestly, Danny, I hate to say this because you can't make the channel. Your channel should be going talking about what's going on over in the UK, right? But explaining it to Americans because we don't understand what's going on in the UK. The bulk of my knowledge about what's going on in the UK comes from you, my buddy David Mon. That's pretty much it because everybody else gets it either half-ass or completely wrong. And if you were to tell the truth about this is what's going on in the UK and this is what I'm going through and everything else in a live stream, they would come and arrest you and take you off to the gulag. They would lock you away. I mean, you could do hell, you could do a Bible study channel, I guess, but I don't know if that's outlawed over there yet. I'm thinking it's getting close. This brush. Seen better days. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, it screws me up how much the UK really has changed. All right, Alien, be good, bro. We'll see you in a little bit. I'm sure nothing exciting is going to happen tonight. Probably get into the whole thing that happened with Eric Swalwell, as he definitely pulled some stuff. Like the whole thing is, I guess when certain politicians feel that they are in a safe space or there's no camera on them, they can say whatever is on their mind to the audience in front of them. And yeah, apparently Eric Swalwell, who is already like everybody keeps an eye on him because he had a relationship with a Chinese spy, like legitimately named Feng Feng. Um, he thought he was safe, and he was talking to a bunch of lobbyists, and he was just leaking like a sieve on some of the secrets and stuff he was spilling. In the meantime, there was a guy who was undercover, well, investigative reporter who was watching him. Actually, that would be an awesome channel. I don't know what you could or couldn't say because I'm not in the UK and I don't know the law, Danny. But yeah, that could actually work. Like I said, if you talk about your history, your culture, stuff like that, if you do it where you're being patriotic to the country, then they're definitely going to arrest you. But you'd probably get a pretty good following, man. I mean, it's not all that hard to stream. The hardest part, like I said, is talking about interesting things and continuously talking, trying not to let there be too much dead air. I'm gonna end up going over these teeth like 10 times in white and like 5 times in black till I have it balanced right. Definitely one of the rougher parts of this whole paint job is going to be these teeth. Always keep your idea, dude. Keep that identity as hidden as possible. Not because you're like a criminal, but keep your identity hidden because you don't want those. Like, you never know what's going to become a crime sooner rather than later. Like, right, we're here with Scotland Yard, and we believe that you posted a meme. So we're going to need your cell phone, your laptop, and anything else you own. Like, it's gotten crazy over there. Definitely gotten crazy. But yeah. So Eric Swalwell, one of the things he said, he uh, he was discussing cheating on his wife and how much he cheats on his wife, and that he only f's tens and all this kind of stuff. And the guy like kind of called the investigative reporter finally spoke up and like calls him out, and he like basically walks off and gets into a black Black chauffeured, I guess, Escalade and leaves. What's up, CLB? I checked out that. Was that your telescope setup? I checked that thing out. That was pretty cool. I mean, plenty of things to see through that dang thing, especially now. A lot of the planets have been in alignment lately, all kinds of craziness. Just need more image sessions. That's what you tell to all those models you keep hiring. So here's a question for everybody. What name would shock you if they were on the Epstein list? Like, just out of curiosity, if there was like a celebrity or sports hero or something like this on that list, who would shock you? Everybody needs a minute when you throw that one out there. Here's the one that would shock the hell out of me if they were on the list: Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris would shock me. Actually, I think it would be hysterical if Peter Dinklage is on the list. It doesn't matter how old Chuck Norris is, he could still kick my ass. Henry Cavill, yeah, that would be one that would shock me. That is a good call. That would have me feeling a certain kind of way. I'd be shocked. I think it would be funny if Anthony Fauci was on the list. That would be one that would just be hysterical too. I'd just die laughing. Like, oh shit, Dr. Fauci was there. Yeah, I'm here to teach you guys the science. No, Bina would be like devastated, dude. It would just wreck her whole world. Yeah, Anthony Fauci, if he was on that list. Oh my God, how great would that be? I made them wear 2 masks and made sure they were all vaccinated before I did anything. Yeah, yep. That's why I put in the title CLB Rip Lex Luthor. Gene Hackman found dead at 95, along with his wife and his dog. And my wife immediately said to me, I bet you it was carbon monoxide poisoning. And son of a bitch, if it doesn't look like it is carbon monoxide poisoning, that probably killed him. His daughter apparently broke her silence on it. See, I don't understand that part. I don't understand the mummified part. That's weird. Like, did a bunch of Egyptians show up and just like mummify him when he died? Now Gene Hackman can fight Christopher Reeve's Superman on the other side. Yeah, my wife said that to me, and it was like, I don't know who the hell that is. I was like, I don't know who that is at all. But she said she was looking like super thin. She said, wouldn't that be interesting? My wife literally says this to me. Wouldn't it be interesting if she died from like anorexia, right? She goes, the one thing you can say about Lizzo and like girls like Lizzo is that, well, they don't have anorexia. Like at least they're not dying like supermodels used to die all the time of anorexia, right? She's like, at least Lizzo ain't gonna die of anorexia. I never looked at it from that angle, but my wife's not wrong. Euro trip. Yeah, I've seen it, but I don't remember. My wife said she was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer too. I don't know if she meant TV show or movie, but I was never a big Buffy fan. Like I always thought it was okay, and if it was on, I'd catch the episode or whatever. But I never got into it. Like I knew people that were hardcore with it. Getting these teeth is a pain in the ass. Okay, so that's what did it? She had a liver transplant. I mean, did she have like bad genetics and just have a bad liver, or did she party till her liver fell out? Because child stars nowadays, the way they party and the way that child stars back when I was a kid partied, two different animals. I remember like Drew Barrymore, like 12 years old and hammered. The family blew off an autopsy, huh? I mean, so here's one of those things. Here's one of those things that you watch enough TV, you think you know, but yeah, autopsies are not free. They don't automatically do them. They usually have to be requested by the family, and they run about $10,000. Now, if they suspect foul play, like hey, this person may have been murdered, then yeah, that's a little different. They'll go ham on you. You know what I mean? Um, but legitimately, they don't just do autopsies when somebody dies. That's one of those misconceptions. I mean, I've definitely put, and CLB probably can tell you this firsthand, as could D if he were in the chat, but I've definitely put miles on my liver. Miles. And there's a very good reason why I don't drink anymore. Like at all. Like there was a point in time before I got married that if I kept drinking the way I was, if I hadn't gotten married, it's a true story. If I hadn't gotten married and kept drinking the way I was, the physician that I saw when I first got married told me I had about 6 months before my liver or my kidneys would have failed. Said about 6 months, and I would have shocked one of those two organs into failure. Oh yeah, I was never super drunk. Like, well, that's because CLB. When we're working, we're working. You don't you go to work drunk. You don't drink on the job or anything like that. But if you remember, I was DJing at the bar, right? And I was shooting pool at the bar. I was shooting pool at the bar 2 nights a week, DJing at least one night a week, and then it like later on, I wasn't even DJing anymore because that bar pretty much closed down. Um, and I was shooting pool 3 nights a week, drinking every night. But then I would go work, and GameStop had me working like I was basically slave labor, where I was working any. I think the shortest week I ever put in hour wise was 60 hours. So it was 60 to 80 hours a week, and I would go to work, break my ass, come home, and then have to drink, pass myself out, wake up, and go do it again. And I would do that every day. But yeah, I wrecked my damn teeth. Like, passing out, all drunk all the time. So I wrecked my teeth. That's always awesome. Um, Definitely tore up my kidneys. Well, my kidneys aren't bad. It's really more I have scar tissue on my liver. I didn't um, I didn't bang that out where it was like, oh God, like, oh, you're. But I'll probably have problems later on when I get a little older. I took years off my life. It's fine to drink if you can do it in moderation. The problem was I was not moderating. Like, and Jack Daniels was my best friend. One of the worst parts of it is they came out with, I think it was honey Jack Daniels. I bought a fifth of it. I drank 3/4 of the bottle. When it told my roommate I'm going upstairs, I'm going to pass out or whatever. Went up to my room, passed out. The next day I came down, my bottle was empty. I was like, "Damn, dude! Like, I didn't. What what happened? I had like a quarter bottle left." He said, "I don't know." He goes, "But did you get sick last night?" I said, "I don't remember getting sick." Why? He said, "Because the bathroom is spotless, and it was kind of dirty last night. Like, there was clothes on the floor, stuff like this." So what do you mean? He goes, "Yeah, I had to think about it. Here I had passed out, woke up, hammered, gone in the bathroom, threw up, cleaned up any kind of mess from me throwing up, cleaned the bathroom spotless, went downstairs and finished off the rest of the bottle and went back to sleep." The beach day trip, yeah, dude. Me, you, Tut, and Kira, right? Wasn't that her name? Kira? The Russian. Actually from Russia. She was cool. It's funny. I still have pictures somewhere around here from that day. I think she's got you in, or no, maybe you've got her in a headlock. I can't, or Bull Nelson or something. I can't remember. But you had like the funny like fuzzy pink hat on. But yeah, we took an Englishman to the beach to see how what would happen. We went to Seaside Heights, didn't we? No. I I just remember her. Kira, we need you to run these videos out. No. Kira, you like that bathing suit? It's not attractive. Yeah, I think it was Seaside. Yeah, that was a fun day. That was a fun day at the beach. No. She never said yet. She always said no. Although she did say yet one time. She was on the phone talking to somebody. I wonder whatever happened to her. Probably went back to Russia, was just like, here is all the information I have gathered on the Americans. I had to ask her to wear a bra under her uniform. Yep. Yeah, you're not wrong, dude. She had big old tiggies. And she definitely, she didn't have a problem showing them off. That was for damn sure. She was wearing a bra when we hired her, though. But yeah, John was like more embarrassed about it. I was like, why don't you ask her? I can't do that. Not a problem. Good deal, good deal, good deal. Not a problem, good deal. You got to do it. It's the same way I had to pull somebody aside at one of the Game Stops because the store manager, right? This lady named Betsy. This was in Hammond, or not Hammond. Hamilton's the blockbuster. Hamilton. No, that's not right either. What the fuck was it? Blackwood. It was actually the Blackwood location. But Betsy said, "Hey, can you say something to this one guy?" I said, "Why?" And she's like, "Cause he stinks. I mean, it's noticeable how bad his body odor is. Can you kind of handle that for me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I got you." Yeah, I had no problem. I ended up having a conversation with her about it, and she wore a bra from it most of the time. Every now and again, she'd be like, "I my bra was wet," or like I forget. I'm sorry. Should I go home? No, you're already here for shift. She was cool though. Like I said, definitely. Like it's funny because we had Tut working in the store, and he was British. Then we got a Russian, and like we're in bumblefuck Hamilton, New Jersey, where everybody knows everybody, and we picked up all the exchange like student people. I mean, not like Tut was an exchange student, but you know what I mean, like foreigners. And like nobody else would give them jobs either. That was the shit part about that. I was like, why aren't they hiring you guys? It, well, like they made like Kira, I think it told me that well, they made fun of my accent, like when I went in and all that, and they were like, "There's no way a Russian's working here." I was like, "Why?" Like, dude, she's not here to steal your. So, what's she gonna steal the secret of Applebee's? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? She gonna pirate DVDs and send them back to Russia? Like, what? What are we talking about here? Oh yeah, dude. Tut did not like her at all. I don't know why either. But yeah, I forgot. Like, it's funny. Had a Russian working for me. I've had a British guy working for me. Isn't Tut back over in England? Thought I saw that. I mean, I've seen. I got a hold of him when I bought my PC or whatever. But he seems to be doing well. He seems to be doing all right for himself. Definitely chilling. He wasn't ever. Honestly, Tut wasn't happy in America. He was a little bit here and there, but the reality was he really liked it better in England. Like there was no place like home for him. Melissa. Who the fuck was Melissa? I don't remember CLB. My favorite out of everybody there that I still talk to, she would come visit me in the mall. She ended up getting married. Well, actually, she finished out college and then went and worked in the medical profession somewhere, and I can't remember where. But then I was in Cherry Hill Mall when I was running the GameStop there. She would drop by and visit me, and that was H. H was like, she was awesome, but she ended up marrying her that guy she was dating, and they have like 3 kids or whatever. She ended up finishing out college and all that stuff. Like, she was good people. She was in the mall shopping or something like that, saw me and was like, "Oh my God." And then we had a whole conversation. I still talk to her every now and again, though. I don't remember her nickname. Like, oh, if I don't remember her, what about Nick? Who the? I don't remember Nick. I remember Derek. Remember H. Remember Jen. Brandon. Trying to think who else worked there with us. I don't remember Nick. I remember the guy who, and I can't ever remember his last name because we just called him by his last name. But he was the guy who trained me to be a key holder for GameStop when I first came over. To take, like, started me out, and I can't remember his name either. And he's the one who taught me fuck him and anybody who looks like him. That was like his big thing. Fuck him and anybody who looks like him. He was funny. Wait, are you talking about Nick, the dude who was like hitting on different girls and stuff like that? Is that who you're talking about? Like, he got fired because he was asking girls like inappropriate questions that he was working with. Yeah, okay. Yep. Yeah, H warned me about him, and then he said something about transferring to Medford, and I'm like, yeah, get the fuck out of my shop. And then he went to Medford, and he went to wasn't Medford, Maine, Blockbuster. It was Medford Lakes Blockbuster. What the hell was that called? Something Lakes. But he went there, and then yeah, he ended up getting clipped. They fired him not long after because they had me training him to be a manager, right? And he ended up getting fired for having an inappropriate question or conversation with a very young girl. Like, girl, but one of the cool things that dude did was he had every episode of Berserk, the anime Berserk, on DVD and like lent it to me, and I watched it. That's how I first saw Berserk. Yeah, well, Debbie cut him because he had that inappropriate conversation. The girl immediately went to Debbie, was like, "Yo, this fucking guy one gives me the creeps," and he asked her if she was like a virgin or something like that, and she was like, "Excuse me." He's like, "Ooh, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have asked you that." And she, like, the girl had a conniption fit about it, which I can't blame her because he kind of was a creepy dude. Yeah. Debbie's like, I fired him. I'm like, all right, whatever. And then there was the who was the one chick who ran Lumberton? I can't remember her name. She was cool. She was going bald. She was actually a truck driver. Was her other job. She like ran the store, but she was a truck driver too. And she ran Lumberton, and I can't remember her name for the life of me. She was always really, really cool to me. But man, she was like she literally had female pattern baldness or whatever. I can't remember her name. Man, we definitely work with some fucking crazy ass people. I've worked with some really, really cool people too. There's definitely like the whole thing was we could all hang out and be chill outside of work, and the moment we punched that clock, GAM became a boss again. Like, nope, this is boss employee relationship. Like, there is none of this outside of work. Well, outside work, we're such good friends, and you're gonna cut me. Nope, fuck that, dude. Like we punch the clock, we're on the clock. Like that's business is business, and outside of business is outside of business. And never shall the two mix. Like this is about our paychecks and livelihoods and what have you. I definitely was unique in the way I ran shit. Dear Lord. So rough getting in tight on like the sides of this and everything else. So I gotta be as off by like a little bit and I'm gonna blow out the whole damn thing. I mean, I look back at those times though, and I always smile because there was rough times, but there was a lot of good times too. Like a lot of good. Besides that, I always had that job that everybody else was like, "Holy shit, you work there? Holy shit, like, oh my god, you work at GameStop? You're working on becoming a district manager? Like, you're a store manager who's training up?" That was my one boss was actually believed in me enough where he started training me to be a DM. I'd have been a bad DM probably. I was a decent store manager though. Definitely won awards a lot, which is silly. Basically, it was a congratulations for making somebody else a lot of money. Really, when you break that down, that's what it is. Hey, Stranded, how are you? Good to see you. I mean, what would you print with a resin printer, CLB? That's the thing. So, part of the reason why I even got my oh, Stranded, how'd the move go? Are you done moving? Are you still in the midst of it? What's going on with that? Forgot all about that shit. Oh no. No. God damn. I can't believe I just did that. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. That is not a happy accident. That's a very sad, like, oh no accident. Let me see if I can't. Oh, that's got to get repainted. At least I got the heavy, heavy blue out of it. Um, so you're talking about choking on the fumes, CLB. They sell like an exhaust kit for it you can hook to a window, unless you're in a place that doesn't have windows, like an apartment kind of deal that doesn't have a window. But yeah, you can actually get like, it's like a hose that hooks to the back of it with an exhaust hood and everything else. I I legit use the exhaust in my exhaust fan in the half bathroom. Yeah, that's always fun, stranded. That's always a fun time. Like, okay, cool, I got all my boxes here. Oh shit, where does all this stuff gonna go now? Like, I'm not gonna lie at all. Coming coming real soon to my boneyard here. Um, I was in Sam's Club with the wife. We're walking through or whatever, and TVs have they were on sale, like very cheap, like 350 for 65 inches, cheap. And I started looking at them, and she noticed, and she was just like, "You're gonna get one, aren't you?" I was like, "Where would I put it?" She's like, "Well, you've got one in your main, you know, back room or what have you, with the pool table and the arcade and all that stuff." I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Well, the boneyard, you mount it right on the one wall." It's like, "Yeah, but what would I use it for?" She goes, "Use it as your computer monitor." It's like, that's actually not a bad idea. So I'm probably going to get one of those bad boys real soon here. I'm looking at anywhere from a 65 to 75 inch. It's just going to be this redonkulous thing on the wall. But yeah, you know, I haven't had to move all that much in my life. Even though I've lived in a couple different places, I never moved all my stuff. I always left it behind for the most part. But when I moved down south, definitely took everything with me, and everything was in boxes. And I remember going through stuff like, I forgot I had this. I forgot I had this. I forgot I had this. Oh shit, where's this gonna go? What am I gonna do with this? Just screws you up because you forget how much stuff you actually accumulate. Like, oh yeah, like you may have bought something like 20 years ago, and it was like, a little box or something like that, and you're just like, all right, I'm going to put this away, and put it on the shelf just to remember this trip. And then 20 years later, you're moving stuff, and you're like, what the hell's this box from? Oh yeah, yeah, I forgot about that. It was super important when I got it, but yeah, not so much anymore. It was so important that I forgot I even had it. Like at one point, I owned like 3,500 DVDs, I think it was, and like I left all but like 15 of them behind, like a box full of them behind. I just abandoned them. Yeah, see, I'm kind of that way, but then I own a garage now. So I've got tools that I don't use every day, but they're out in the garage, right? So I definitely have stuff that I painted and everything. But no, my whole thing is, what would you print if you could, CLB? I know you're a huge Dragon Ball fan. They have all kinds of Dragon Ball Z models out there. Damn it, I keep doing that. I just dipped my finger in blue again. I almost painted her blue. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is, not gonna lie, I'm gonna say 90% of them I transferred over to uh, well, actually, I'm up to an 8 terabyte now, but over to a 4 terabyte hard drive. So, wasn't a big deal. What's up, Beans? How are you? Good evening. We were talking about it earlier. We are talking about how they botched releasing the Epstein list or what have you. And I asked who would shock you if they were on the Epstein list. And Henry Cavill's name came up. And I was like, yeah, that's a good one. They were like, it was Danny was like, yeah, that Beans would be super upset about that one. Well, hey, Sheree. Shout out to the greatest mod on these internet, Sheree. Yeah, there's no ways on it. The other one I said, Beans, I was like, can you imagine if Dr. Fauci's on the list? I wore 2 masks when I was doing bad things. It's okay. I'm the science and you can't question the science. Mr. Epstein had all the girls vaccinated, so it's okay. You can't mess with the science. I was like, because I was like, names that would shock me if they were on the Epstein list. One, I said Chuck Norris is one. Like if Chuck Norris was on that list, I'd just be like, God damn, really? Um, Peter Dinklage was another one I said. If he was on that list, I think that would kind of be funny. And then Dr. Fauci was my last one. But yeah, that's one of the other things that didn't get covered last night was actually the gold cards. So Trump is proposing how we have a green card. You know, if somebody gets a green card, they can come, you know, they're working on their citizenship, they're in the country legally and all that stuff. Well, if you donate or invest $5 million, then he's going to make it where you get something called a gold card. And it fast tracks you to becoming a citizen. And at first I was like, yo, that's kind of sketchy as shit. You know what I mean? And then found out that Australia charges $5 million for the same kind of thing. Canada does it. Like basically almost every country does it. The EU does it. So it's not something that isn't done or is illegal. But yeah, it threw me off when he first proposed. I was like, whoa, I don't know about that one. But yeah, the gold card. And then I also discussed Swalwell got caught. He had a investigative journalist that was basically following him, and he like caught a whole conversation between Eric Swalwell and a bunch of lobbyists. And like Eric Swalwell was asking him for advice on how to cheat on his wife. Said he only F's tens where he could find like really hot girls, like all this kind of like crazy shit. Was talking about stuff that he really wasn't supposed to be talking about that involved the government. And then like the guy basically confronted him and he ran. But he was like drunk, like hammered, apparently. Oh, damn it. It's doing that. YouTube's doing its thing. Because I can see that I think it was Beans. No, it was stranded. Wonder how many gold cards have actually been sold. I don't see too many illegals having 5 mil. Well, I'll be cool with the gold card if they're clean and good peeps and invest in our country. So that's okay. So here's the thing that I felt about the gold cards, right? They're not for illegals, but they are for like, say China wants to set up a business in America, right? And they're like, all right, we want to become a citizen here. Or a Saudi prince wants to become an American citizen, right? Or wants to open his business here, because you got to remember it goes hand in hand with Trump's idea on tariffs. So if they do the tariff, then they'd have to move a business here. But say the owner isn't an American citizen, right? He needs to become one. Well, it fast tracks them so this way they can open their business here and not get taxed or hit. So in a way, it's driving more in the way of taxes, for one, like internal taxes, corporate taxes, or what have you. But it's also draining like $5 million off them. Now, if he gets 100 of them, that's $500 million. That's $500 million for 100 people. So if he can get 1,000, it's 5 billion. Like, keep going. You know what I mean? Like, it's actually not a terrible idea, but it's also forcing more people to come into America and show they want to invest in it. Yeah, see, like Beans did it the right way. She came in, she was like, "Look, I'm just a small town bird lawyer, and that my name's Mrs. Cavill, and all this kind of stuff." And they were like, "Nope, nope, nope." And then 14 years later, they're like, "Hey, you played Superman. You can have it." But yeah, I'm sure that it was definitely not easy. I'm sure it was a lot of work. You know, that's got to be crazy. Are you ever sad that you did, like that you got it, or like specifically during Joe Biden's presidency? I was kind of embarrassed to be American then. Like, really, this dude's my president? What the fuck? Bina? She is from many countries. She was originally a gypsy. Bina wrestles on AEW CLB. Um, Her in ring name is Chris Statlander. Yeah, well, that's just it. It takes a while. Like, people who go through the legal process, I know it costs money and it takes a while. I know they don't make it easy. Actually, they make it hard as hell. And that's why a lot of people come here illegally. Because it's like, well, if I can skip all that bullshit and get to stay in America, then it's worth it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. The people that were more pissed off about illegal immigrants than anybody else was legal immigrants. Like, the people that were pissed off about the illegal immigrants were the legal immigrants, because they worked their ass off to attain citizenship and all this. And, like, it's a lot of work. You are not wrong. Like, Bina was out there running around with a sign. I saw her at the one protest. I don't know if everybody else did, but it just said, "Go back home." Like, go back where you came from. Yeah, Chris Statlander from AEW is Bina. That's like her side hustle next to Uber Eats and selling oranges on the highway or something. Yeah, sure. No, no, I tease her because she kind of looks like Chris Statlander. Yeah, a lot of work, money, worry, and adapting. If you, the whole thing is, if Bina didn't tell you she was an immigrant, a legal immigrant to this country, and a citizen of this country now, would you have ever known that she was from a different country? You probably wouldn't. You wouldn't even think to ask because she doesn't. She assimilated to American culture. If that shit only costs $120 every year, why doesn't everybody just renew it every year? It's $120 fucking dollars. That's like the cost of two eggs nowadays. Not even a full like half dozen or dozen. Yeah, well that's just it. I did same thing for me. Being as American as I am, she earned it. But if she didn't tell you, you would never know. That's just it. It's not like there is this one person who will remain nameless who is like loud and proud about where they came from and all that kind of stuff. And it was like, ooh, but still wanted to be a, recognized hardcore as American too. Then what the fuck are these people? Why are they jumping the border? They're paying 10 grand to jump the border when they could pay 275. Like what kind of math is that? That math ain't mathin'. 137.50 and they would be legal. What the fuck? That's just foolish. I can understand if they're like, got a criminal past or something like that and wouldn't be let in the country. That's one thing. Right in there. What the hell is going on with that? The application was over 1,000. That's not bad. Not bad. I mean, if you're applying and you know you're going to fail, that's bad. But if you know you're good, grand, like 1,200, 1,500, that's not terrible. Not terrible. Hell, for $50, just get a couple laying hens and just sell eggs on the side of the highway, and you'll make that money in about an hour. Did someone say Frunaz? Frunaz! The irresistible candy with the irresistible taste. Damn, I feel like I'm missing something too. Like, oh, this will not be a big thing. I think for a lot of people, well, maybe might be a big thing, may not be a big thing. I don't know. Let me drop this little thing on you. So the person who's been in charge of Lucasfilm since Disney bought it is Kathleen Kennedy. South Park made the joke, portraying her as an alternate universe Cartman. Put a chick in it, make it lame and gay, or make her lame and gay, right? Yeah, Kathleen Kennedy. This year, her contract expires with Disney, and she is stepping down from Lucasfilm. So Star Wars will go back to being Star Wars, possibly. Yeah, Swalwell, I covered Sheree. He got caught on hot mic talking to lobbyists and exposing certain government secrets, talking about cheating on his wife. Um, and I mean, legitimately, the guy's video, like the guy video phoned him, and he only released part of the video, I guess, on Twitter. And like Swalwell's sitting there, and he's talking to these people, and he's like, yeah, I only f tens, but he was like, I only fuck tens or whatever, and it was like, damn. Like, what a scumbag, like, caught red handed. Oh, I know another one. Gavin Newsom apparently is doing a podcast because he has no problems in California, like homeless or wildfires or anything else. So he's decided to do a podcast and try and beat Joe Rogan. That son of a bitch definitely wants to run in 2028. Like, he's going to try and run for president in 2028. And, yeah. Yeah. States in shambles, falling apart. This asshole wants to try and run for president. Like, what are we doing here? The whole thing with eggs, I found it depends on where you are in the country. Egg prices are different everywhere, it would appear. Like down here, it like the prices went up or whatever, but they've just kind of stayed there. It's like $6, I think, for a dozen. Something like that, like $6 for a dozen. So I really think it depends on where you're at in the country. This line right here. What a rough pain in my ass. I do know that a lot of my neighbors, definitely, I hear chickens like roosters in the morning and what have you. So I think a lot of my neighbors invested in chicken coops and what have you. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like Beans just said, eggs there are like $4. Yep. So, people, I swear to God, when they're talking about the price of eggs or the price of this or the price of that, if you ever notice, it'll be like gas is 7.28 a gallon. You're like, I go to the gas station, it's like $3 and some change, $2 and like 75 cents or whatever. I'm just like, where the hell are you seeing $7? And then I realize, oh, they're reporting in California. Like, oh, they're reporting from New York. Yeah, egg prices are up. Where? New York City. Not the prices haven't gone up. They definitely have. Like, prices have definitely gone up. My favorite thing is like different politicos on TV talking about the price of everything now. And it was like, yeah, well, where were you like a little while ago? That was another thing. I don't know if you guys saw this one. Apparently, Jake Crapper or Jake Tapper, I think his name is, on CNN is writing a book about how the media covered up reporting on Biden's health, like the decline of Biden's mental health. And it's like, dude, you were part of it. What the fuck? Like, I thought you said that he was perfectly cognitive and, brilliant and all this kind of shit, and arguing with anybody who told you different. And, like, I remember watching it. Now you're going to write a book about how, like, the press covered it up? Like, are you going to write it from your perspective of, yes, we covered it up and this is how we did it? Like, it's like that OJ book, If I Did It. Like, when he wrote that book, If I Did It, like, bro, like, sometimes you get away with something, you might want to just leave it alone. Dude, well, that's just it, CLB. But if you watched like CNN, they were like, "Oh no!" Like I watched him have arguments with people over Biden's like mental decline. He's like, "Nah, nah, I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that." And it was like, "What are you talking about, my guy?" Like anybody with a set of eyes knows this man has the emperor has no clothes. Like he's shaking hands with people that aren't there. Like he legit met with the Pope and apparently crapped his pants. Like, okay, accidents happen, but like, did he shit on the Pope's desk and we don't know about it? Like, that would be a more interesting story. Like, exactly what happened during that meeting. Like, another one, um, and I think ABL covered this last night. Whole thing was, I watched ABL, but I didn't watch ABL because I had that shit muted and was just reading chat every now and again. That's okay. We'll just get a new Pope. Not a big deal. But, shit. I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. I'm pretty sure ABL covered it last night, too. God damn it. I hate it when I brain fart like that. It'll come back to me. This is what happens. You start reading chats to catch up and just completely slip my bean. Like brain fart. Uh-oh. PSA, marijuana affects the memory. Not that I've had any weed in a while, but, you know, tis what it is. Yeah. Well, that's just it. Obama actually said that. Obama said never underestimate Joe Biden's ability to fuck things up. Yeah, he did say that. And, like, that's the whole thing. I'm not saying the Republicans are. Oh, I know what the other thing was. God damn it. It made me think about the election and I remembered. RFK. Um, the Steak and Shake or Shake and Steak or whatever the fuck it's called. But they're bringing back tallow fries. My God, if you live near one of these places that are bringing back tallow fries, make sure you line up and buy them immediately and eat them because they're delicious. Best goddamn French fry you'll ever have in your life. Like, I remember my old school McDonald's fries and I miss them. I mourn for them. And maybe McDonald's will actually bring them back. But yeah, they're calling it getting RFK'd because RFK had brought it up back on the campaign trail about tallow, beef tallow being used to cook fries instead of seed oil. I think it's Steak and Shake is the first ones to actually bring it back and call it we're RFK in our fries. What the fuck is Mondelez International? If you okay, I'm an old man. I really am. I'm getting there. But so beef tallow is what they used to cook McDonald's fries in. And then what happened was this I don't know if he was vegan. He was definitely vegetarian. He might have been vegan. But he went on a whole crusade because he said the beef tallow was making it unhealthy for kids and making them fat and all this. And he was a millionaire and he spent like millions of his own dollars to like put ads in newspapers, do that kind of thing against the beef tallow, basically shitting on McDonald's, and they saw a drop in sales because of it. So they ended up switching off beef tallow and using nothing but the seed oil, like just regular like seed oil or whatever. And fries at McDonald's, you would go there and buy like two things of fries. You could get away with just eating the fries, not even the burgers. Like anybody that's like Gen X basically will tell you McDonald's fries when you were a kid were unfucking believable. Yeah. And I'm telling you, like when the beef tallow fries come back, you guys like if you've never had beef tallow fries, you're in for a goddamn treat. Like you're gonna be shocked at how good the fries are. It's game changing how good they are. And McDonald's, they had like a special recipe for their oil, but it used beef tallow and a couple other things, I think sugar or something like this in it. And it like their fries were unbelievable when we were kids. Well, when I was a kid. You know, one of the other things that it's funny because if you go back, there's certain comedians that made jokes about this. But whenever you went into a McDonald's, they always had hot apple pie and hot cherry pie. Like you get cherry and apple pie, and then they started going to healthier menus because of this fucking jerk off. Because fast food started getting associated with obesity in America, and it was like, well, even if there was no fat food, we'd still be obese because people eat all the time, like slobs. But yeah, I mean, they announced that they're putting that shit back in McDonald's. You'll see an uptick in McDonald's sales immediately. Like it just it's game changer shit as far as taste goes, as far as flavor, the whole 9 yards. Like texture, the fries come out real crisp, and every now and again you'll get a real soggy one. You would save that till the very end because that shit was soaked in grease and delicious. Audio, my audio's off, or was I just turned away from the microphone for a second? Beans. Like, is it back now, working normal? Yeah. Oh, okay. So there you go. Stranded. Exactly. Yes, it's basically a block of lard. Yep. Yeah, and then you got like jugs of oil now, right? To change out fryer grease. Yeah. Well, exactly. Cherry pie, apple pie, like absolutely. Shit was great. Fantastic. I mean, what's terrible is I don't know. I stopped eating fast food. There was a point in time where I ate nothing but like fast food and well, I mean, I guess I ate pizza, cheesesteaks, all that stuff, but then I would always power fast food if I was on the move or working all the time or what have you. And now it's like I have not the last time I got fast food, I want to say Burger King, and then 20 minutes later I told my wife from the death throes of a DEFCON 5 situation in the bathroom. Yes, never. Remind me next time I want some Burger King to shut my mouth. Thank you. I don't care if it is the fat from Lizzo's neck. Okay, whatever it is, it tastes fantastic. That's cleaned up now. This I have to hit the silver on it again. You know what? I disagree. I think the best fries, as far as fast food goes, and I don't even know if you have one of these near you, but Checkers fries or their curly fries, they're always my favorites. Those things were unbelievable. They season them. The whole trick is you're using Old Bay seasoning on the fries. That's the trick, and they're fantastic. BK fries for you. Yeah, see, and that makes sense to me. It would go rancid faster or be used up faster, stranded because it's actual animal byproduct versus plant byproduct, you know. Oh, another thing, guys, I actually did invite Shaquille Oatmeal to the stream. Say, hey, I'm streaming tomorrow, drop by, blah, 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 blah. And I made sure Sheree saw it, acknowledged it, so she could tell you I'm not lying when I say I invited him. I tried. Yeah, I'm gonna say checkers. Then I'm gonna say Sonic fries, pretty damn good. And then I'm gonna say Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen actually has, if they got a good clean kitchen, they've got some really good food at Dairy Queen. They have some DQ has some decent food. It's not just ice cream. CLB, where are you at right now? Like, where did you end up in the U.S.? CLB was a Jersey boy like me. He was on the good side of the tracks, though. I was on the bad side. Did he really block you, Beans? That's crazy. You know, like, I've been wondering about this. I haven't thrown any popcorn out in the chat, but Devin is AWOL right now too, which is weird. She's normally hanging out. You're in Delaware? What the hell is in Delaware? Get the fuck out of there, dude. That's, oh my God. Why would you go to Delaware? Dear Lord. Yeah, I'm just outside. I'm in South Carolina, just outside Georgia, and like 2 hours from Jacksonville, Florida. Oh, your mother's caregiver. Yeah, that's a rough one, dude. Yeah, my mom is currently dying of lung cancer. My mom has never smoked a day in her life, CLB, and she's dying of lung cancer. Go figure that one out. Don't look at me. I didn't do it. Although I was thinking about this the other day. I've been rewatching. Well, actually, I can't say I've been rewatching. I rewatched all of Breaking Bad, and I'm currently watching the first. Well, I'm in like season 4 or 5 of Better Call Saul. But in Breaking Bad, I thought about this, and I'm sure somebody else has found this connection and put it out on the internet. I didn't look it up or anything, but Walt Walter White's wife, Skyler, in that show, she like is always sneaking cigarettes because she apparently, was a smoker and then quit smoking. And Walt makes a point of saying that he never smoked a day in his life, but he has lung cancer. And I was like, damn, is Skyler really the villain because she gave Walt fucking lung cancer from smoking like secondhand smoke? That'd be fucked up. Oh, bone marrow cancer, that is fucking nasty. All the cancer is awful shit. I mean, the way I smoke cigarettes, I'm definitely going to get lung cancer or some kind of cancer. Plus, it runs in the family, apparently. So, not good. GG for GAM, but not yet anyway. Eventually. But I'm old now, so it doesn't really matter. Nobody missed me anyway, except for the dog and the wife. I think the kids might too. You find people would miss me a little bit. You'd be like, oh, well, GAM's dead. Well, we got to watch another show on Thursday. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, so it's what the bitch of it is Obama is the reason why cigarette prices started spiking and going up because Obama was trying to quit smoking, so he put an extra tax on fucking cigarettes to try and incentivize himself to quit smoking. Like, you son of a bitch, don't make choices for everybody else. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I got that pipe for Christmas. I must have like two, two, four, six, eight, 10 new. Well, altogether, I now own 10 pipes and like 20 different types of tobacco to smoke through, and none of it's the wacky kind. Yeah, I'd miss you guys too, but don't worry, I don't plan on dying anytime soon. Besides, I need the wife's permission to die, and she will never give that shit to me. Nice, Sheree. Yeah, well, that's just it. Like, it's crazy because my wife said that to me. She goes, which one of these would you use as a bowl? I said, none of them. I would not do that. I was like, a bowl is used for smoking weed. I was like, these are like tobacco pipes. They're nice. They're pretty. They're expensive, you know? I was like, a bowl you can make out of tin foil if you're in a pinch. Hell, you can drill a hole in the side of an orange, poke a little hole with your finger, and then take a straw and jam it in the other side and just, smoke it that way if you need to. Yeah, soda cans. Yep, yep. Yeah, the old crush down the side of the soda can, poke a couple holes in it. And yep. I mean, like I said, I'm in a state where it's completely illegal. And I mean, even medicinally, that shit's illegal. And it's not like up north where I had connections. Yeah, I used to have a 3 foot straight glass graphics bong. Um, and I named it John McClane because it was big. It didn't take shit, and if you hit it too fast and inhaled too deep, you would die hard. I have two corncob pipes. And with I didn't keep them in the count for the 10 pipes. I've got those two extra, and I use those for my spicy blends. Like, I have a spicy peach blend of tobacco, and if you smoke something spicy like that through one of the other pipes, it ends up flavoring the pipe, and you get what's known as a ghost in the pipe, and you can't get it out. So every tobacco you smoke after that will be have a spice taste to it. Actually, you know what? I thought about Stranded. I was thinking about you the other day. Cheech and Chong are putting out a movie documentary kind of deal, Like, it's going to be a fun movie, and it's called Cheech and Chong's Last Movie. And that's coming out, I want to say, April 20th. I think they're putting it out on 420. Yeah, see, like everybody else is in legal places and stuff like that. Not old GAM. Nope. Nope. I can walk out of the house with a sidearm on my hip, but man, you get caught with some weed, they will beat you to death. They will lock you up. They'll put you in cell block 16 with good old Nick the Fit and tight fit Nick, and he'll take advantage of your anal virginity. Yeah, they don't fuck around down here, like, at all. Like, cops are kind of assholes about weed down here, I'm not gonna lie. Other shit like meth, crack, stuff like that, I can understand. Heroin. But fucking weed? It's fucking weed. You literally throw the seeds on the ground down here and it'll grow anywhere. Just boom, there it is. Yes. And Bina is not wrong. So I want you to think about this though. Viruses, on the whole, like healthy tissue because they can infect and spread easier. If tissue is congealed with fucking tar and nicotine and everything else and the tissue's dirty, it doesn't want to fucking like adhere to it. So yeah, it was funny because honestly, legitimately, unless I got a very mild case of it ever, I, like when I got sick this last time, I'm like, oh shit, maybe I finally got COVID. I have never caught COVID. My wife has never caught COVID. Like, what the fuck? Like, by all, I should have caught COVID by now, right? But no, I'm a smoker. Like, fucked up. My son doesn't smoke. My son came over. He's like, he got vaccinated too, and he was just like, yeah, I caught COVID or whatever. Blah blah blah. I was like, how long ago? He's like a week ago, and I'm like, and you brought it here to me. Great. I still didn't catch COVID. I don't know if you guys remember the one dude who was in the chat. I don't know, maybe like 2 months, 3 months ago. But Dark Skull, he is like an older dude, and we're pretty sure he was one of the first ones to actually catch COVID because he got so sick. We thought he was going to die. Like me, David, a bunch of other guys that all played like this one game with him. We all thought he was going to die. Like, I mean, he was in fucking bad shape. I don't know. I don't know, Beans. I don't care if it's because the shit's damaged. I don't care if it's because nicotine's like, hey, get the fuck out of here. I'm here infecting this shit. I don't care if it's if it's herpes sores. Didn't help. Yeah, I mean, it didn't. I still haven't caught COVID, and I love my nicotine. Caffeine, nicotine. I gave up alcohol, loose women, and weed for the most part because it's illegal. But well, it's illegal down here, and I'm a responsible homeowner. But just the same, you know, gave up all those other things. I'm not giving up my caffeine, and I'm not giving up my fucking nicotine. You can kiss my rebellious ass. I got to go out in the backyard and grow and harvest my own nicotine, I'm going to. Ain't happening. Dude, COVID came, it like probably walked into my lungs and was like, yeah, check please, I'm out. No. I'm out like Joe Biden at a press conference. Like it was just gone. I'm out like Liberace at a gay bar. Like just gone. Good lord. It's basically just a repaint. Did such a slipshod job the first time. I needed to tighten everything the hell up. Well, it depends on the virus. So the whole thing is, you got to figure the first wave of COVID, the one that was actually like killing people, you got to figure a virus at first. Well, a virus is like anything else that's alive. It wants to survive. It's survival, right? So at first, a virus will start out and it'll be super deadly. But then what happens if you kill every host? Like you infect everybody, you kill everybody. Well, then you can't spread. So then it starts switching up, and it as it goes, it becomes more contagious and usually less deadly, like less fatal. So, like, if you remember, when COVID first hit, we had that one chick who was walking down the street in New York and just face planted out of nowhere. And it was like, oh shit, like, what are we dealing with here? And people were all panicked. And there was good reason for people to be panicked because that shit was like, uh oh, like, this is not a good virus. I don't want to catch that shit. But then as time went, the virus, like, basically evened itself out to where it's like, okay, now I'm super infectious, but it's going to be like basically blow your nose twice and I'm out of you. Beans, are you like posting all the side effects of uh of Viagra? Like what's going on there? What are you doing in the chat there? I was popping through. Nah, I don't know. I was never big. Don't know much about biology. I don't know much, but I know there's only two sexes, male or female. I mean, you do have hermaphrodites, but they are a genetic anomaly. So, yeah, dear Lord. Actual studies, shit. This what happens. You go talking shit on YouTube, beans, and YouTube likes to censor you. Let me see what you just said. 'Cause I can't read it, and that means I probably missed the first part of whatever you said. Actual studies proving that nicotine fights disease, inflammation, and cancers. Have a good night, Stranded. Thank you for dropping in. Happy you're moved, and hopefully you get everything set up and everything goes smooth for you. Damn, see, like YouTube censored that shit. They don't want you saying things like that, Bina. I don't know what you're trying to do here. You're trying to incite the YouTube gods to beat you down or take away your mod status or whatever. This is why Sheree will be the greatest mod on the internet till the day she dies, because you like to say things like that and then get YouTube all upset at you, and then it smacks your hand. See, that shit just censored again, right? You just said at Sheree what got censored, right? You just said they lied about nicotine just like they lied about salt and fat. They push sugar because it's profitable and keeps people sick, right? That shit got, because you said nicotine in there, right? They censored that. Yeah, that's why I'm reading your comments, Beans, is because I can see them on the like creator board or whatever, but everybody else can't see them. And I know this because I use a separate tablet that's patched into my channel so I can read the chat without having to look at like the tiny ass sidebar. Now, granted, if I do put the 65-inch TV in here and hook the monitor to it, I probably won't need my tablet anymore because I'll be able to see that shit from outside. Yeah, see, like I'm not seeing it either. Aliens not seeing it. You don't understand. We're nice, polite white boys. They keep things like that dirty talk that you're talking from us. We're not allowed to see stuff like that on YouTube. They're afraid of you corrupting us. I'm on live chat. I'm pretty sure Alien's probably on live chat. Yeah, see, like that's just it. That's why I got to pause and like read that shit off, because otherwise we're like I'll see it pop up on the little screen and be like, oh, it's not on my big screen. I better read that off so this way Bina doesn't feel I'm ignoring her, treating her like she's partially gay or something. Dear Lord. Oh my goodness. Why did it have to be Toga? Thank God I didn't print out that damn Bakugo I wanted to do, because painting in just like the shit around his like top of his mask would have been painful. You did say stuff to get censored. They censored you. I'm telling you, Alien couldn't see it and I couldn't see it. Like they censored you. They were like, no, no, madam. No. No, excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me. YouTube is the video platform of Karens everywhere, okay? They will censor you for anything, like any little damn thing. And then run an ad after. And not give you any money from it. Because that's how they roll. This is the game they play. Yeah, and you're not wrong, Sheree. That's just it. Certain people are more on YouTube's radar than other people. Like, I'm not for some reason. Probably because nobody really watches me or cares about me or loves me, including my own mother. But in all sincerity, I I don't know. I don't know why I haven't gotten censored more. Especially some of the shit that comes out of my mouth. I'm surprised I haven't gotten a message like your channel is suspended for 2 weeks or something. Because I've said some outlandish shit on here and shit that probably should have got me in a lot of trouble that other people say, and I don't get knocked for it. I'm not looking to get knocked for it, but I'm just saying, like, either I've been very fortunate and nobody gives a shit, they've loosened their policy up in some way, shape, or form, or I'm just flying under the radar and gotten lucky. I don't know. All right, we got her tubies done. Damn it. Oh. I got this bad feeling when I do this search looking for another image. Oh, wait, what's this? Epstein files released. Hey, did they actually... Oh, I'm looking at this now, guys. Did they actually, like... Epstein, no new bombshells in Justice Department's release of Jeff Epstein files. Let's see. We'll go with Axios. Because if there's anything in there they want to really shit on, they'll give it to like Associated Press, Axios, whatever. Actually, it says read the flight Epstein documents. Oh shit! Is this actually loading up a PDF? Oh, so you can look through. There's 118 goddamn pages. What? What the fuck am I looking at? I think this is the flight log. Axios actually has the flight log. God damn it, somebody wrapped this up in a tight little bow. I just wanted to know who was on there. Damn it. I locked my damn shit up. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I know. It's a PDF file. An Epstein PDF file. Go figure that one. That is hysterical. She is lied to about nicotine hashish and the joys of sex. Let's see. Epstein list release names. Newsweek. Full list of names so far. Well, that's the fucking flight log. Anybody could have gotten on the goddamn plane. What's this one? Flight logs, an evidence list, a contact book, and a redacted masseuse list. All right, so here we go. Notable names mentioned in Epstein's 95-page contact book include Florida's own Jimmy Buffett. I guess he was wasted away in Epsteinville. He skipped Margaritaville, went right to Epsteinville. Supermodel Naomi Campbell. Supermodel Janice Dickinson. As soon as I get away from these pop-up ads. And actor Chris Evans. So Captain America. More high-profile names are listed below. And this, that letter she sent off to Patel. Last week. This is all bullshit we already knew. List of other high-profile names found in contact book. Ted Kennedy Jr., Ethel Kennedy, Senator Edward Ted Kennedy, John Kerry, that does not shock me, Courtney Love, the musician, you know, Kurt Cobain's wife who probably killed him and set it up, made it look like a suicide, Rupert Murdoch, the man who founded, like, Fox News, right? Rupert Murdoch, Joan Rivers, Ivanka Trump, Barbara Walters, Prince Michael of Yugoslavia, Les Wexner. Holy shit. Like, oh my God. So, they have the 95, this one actually has the PDF file for the contact book on it, right? There are so, like, it's blacked out like you would not believe. And I don't know if that's because it has the person's address listed or what. But I mean, it's just like the names. Let me see. See if I can find Chris Evans in here. Naomi Campbell. Yeah, okay, so there's Naomi Campbell. Jesus, if I could actually talk right. I don't see any Hunter Bidens, which is shocking. This is nothing. This tells me nothing. It tells me nothing that these naughty people did. No, it's released, Beans. It's out. It's been released. I'm looking at it right now. It was released like right as I went live, apparently. They're not releasing what certain people did, but they released the flight logs and they released his address book. And those are the most notable names that people like have found in here. Chris Evans is fucking crazy though that guy is that Captain America's in his. I mean, but then again, it goes back to, like, I don't think Ivanka Trump did anything with anybody. You know what I mean? Or did some fucked up shit. Oh, Angie Everhart's in there. Yeah, it honestly, I think it's people that he knows. Like, it's just like, hey, you guys, you got my cell phone. Yes, these are people I talk to. Well, he dealt with all kinds of different people. This isn't telling me jack nor shit. Like there is nothing like wow, I can't believe this person like if they were like, Prince Andrew, and then list out the name of the girls that are, and they redact the names of the girls, did this with them, and we have this videotape, mark this date. Okay, that's a different story. Like, this is some bullshit. I calls bullshit because it's bullshit. All right. So the tanks on her back are green as well. Okay, good. Good, good. Yeah. And that's what I want is the people they're charging crimes with. Like, I'm sorry, Pam Bondi, you have failed this city because legitimately, she said the other day, I watched her and she's like, people are going to be shocked by what they read in this. I wasn't shocked by nothing. You list a bunch of names, but not what they did. It wasn't like Chris Evans had sex with a two-headed goat or something. Like, and we got video proof. The goat is claiming this child's his. No, none of that shit. What a nothing burger. I mean, I guess it's a step in one direction where it's kind of showing that stuff happened and people knew him. Yeah, 250 victims, which honestly, I could believe that. I could definitely see that. I mean, I'm going to say 125 of them were probably just for Bill Clinton and Bill Gates. Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell will not write a book because legitimately they'll just kill her. She's in jail. They can get to her real easy. They can get to her in jail easier than they can out on the street. Like, if anything, she cut her deal and shut her cake hole. And that was the smartest thing she could have done. Because I'm pretty sure Epstein didn't kill himself. But yeah, I'm super disappointed. Like, not even disappointed, just kind of embarrassed for him because they hyped that shit up. That, well, we're gonna like show you full transparency. Like, god damn it, if you guys really wanted to expose this shit, you should have loaded it on a laptop and given it to Hunter Biden. We'd all know everything that happened. Like, it would have been simple. Just load it right on a laptop. Just give it to Hunter Biden. We'll know everything in an hour. Cool, CLB. Thanks for dropping in, brother. We'll see you next time. Hopefully, we'll have more interesting stuff like what actually happened on Epstein's Island. For all I know, these guys were playing a game of Twister with their clothes on. What the hell? Yeah, it's always to be continued. Like, like I said, I'll tell you another part of it. One of the theories is that Epstein actually, and this is one of those out there kind of conspiracy theories. Who knows? Maybe there's some truth to it. Like in most conspiracy theories, there's truth. But I'm going to state ahead of time, I don't believe this. Well, I can believe they were involved, but I don't completely believe this. But I had heard one conspiracy theory was Epstein Island was actually sponsored by Mossad, and that's why all the different like politicians and stuff are all pro-Israel, right? Like that would be fucked up if that was true, but it's a conspiracy theory. A theorem of conspiracy. Like they basically got dirt on everybody so that Israel would always be sponsored and funded. God damn you, Jeffrey Epstein. Why didn't you just release all the video before you died? They were going to kill you anyway. I want to know. Are the goat's children really Chris Evans? Was Henry Cavill there? Yeah, there's a whole theory that Mossad was actually like gathering intelligence using Epstein's island and getting dirt. But like I said, it's a conspiracy theory. Like you can't prove it one way or the other. It's just out there. And I'm not sure I full on buy into that either. Like personally, like sometimes conspiracy theory will land. Like I don't know, the virus came from a lab in Wuhan that you can look at and go, yeah, that actually makes a lot of goddamn sense. That somebody got sick at the lab, went out to the wet market and spread that shit by accident. I can see that. That's something that's feasible. It could happen. Could Mossad have been monitoring Epstein's island and then collecting dirt off people? It's possible. Is it probable? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I could definitely see the CIA slush funding shit or Hillary Clinton trying to bury shit so it doesn't destroy her the rest of the way politically. I mean, she's pretty much, they've lost a lot of power, but anybody who crosses them seems to end up, deceased magically. I mean, we're definitely looking at, at this point, I'm more interested in finding out who the second shooter was in the JFK files. Like, that was actually seriously disappointing. Yeah, Israel doesn't really give us a lot of tech, though. I mean, the U.S. So it's fucked up. Most of our tech and stuff like that, we innovate it, but then somebody perfects it. Or somebody will perfect or like innovate it and then we buy them out. I mean, look at the biggest the technology companies right now going. So you got like Alphabet, which is Google. You have Apple, right? They're all American companies. Samsung is South Korean. Um, but I can tell you now that some of their best techs are Americans. I can tell you that firsthand. Some of their best programmers and shit. People innovate stuff and come out with it that are Americans. Like we have, for some reason, we have the craziest, most fucked up imaginations over here. Which is sad when you think about the state of like the MCU, for example. But yeah, like Israel, I don't I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know why people a lot of times immediately blame Jewish people for things. It doesn't make sense to me. It's like, okay, so they worked hard and they probably had a good family foundation and then a belief in God with a solid, like a solid belief system, that they were devout to, and you're going to fault them for it. It's just one of those things. So like, well, they control all the media. They control all that. They don't. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't matter, if they're Jewish or not. Like, smart people come in all fucking races, ethnicities, sexes, fucking colors, and religious backgrounds and stuff like that. It's like faulting Asian kids for having good math scores. Well, Asian parents are on their kids about, you bring home a fucking, oh, well, I brought home a B. Well, that ain't good enough. I want an A, and not just an A, I want the plus on that motherfucker. Like, it's really about what's going on in the home in a lot of cases. It also depends on the intelligence of the individual, but it's also about, I guess, how they were raised. Like shit, Bean is saying stuff and it's censoring. They're censoring you, Beans. Like seriously, they really are like legitimately censoring you. Your comment above came through on my big screen. Israel Prime Minister Yud Barak visited Epstein a minimum of 36 times between 2013 to 2017. Not suspicious at all. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know. Like, the big problem is, I can understand you want transparency and you want to get this shit out there, right? Like, you're like, all right, I want these files out there. Okay, cool. Bet you did that. But now show us not just what crimes you're accusing people of, what you think you got over, different people over a barrel, but show us frequency, show us, you know, yeah, they took the flight, they flew on the plane, they went to the island and were there for 3 days. Show me that. Show me frequency. Show me smoking guns. I don't want some bullshit. I don't want some like, well, Chris Evans was in his book. Like, okay, so he was in his book. Maybe he was talking to him about investment opportunities because he hit it big as Captain America. Like, Show me where he did something fucked up, please. But that's the part that's missing. Is you're not showing me where people actually did something fucking heinous. We know heinous things happen. We know fucking bad things happened to underage people. We know that it was done as like a honeypot to catch, to trap people and blackmail them out of money and all this other stuff. But tell us what the fuck they did, please. Tell us who. I want to know who. Like if Big Mike Obama went there and was like, riding Brock around in like in a pair of chaps with a riding crop, smacking him on the ass while he had a ball gag in his mouth. I want to know. Tell us the good stuff. Don't just give me like, oh well, this person was on the plane. Well, who gives a shit? It's like saying, Bina has been to Auschwitz, so therefore she's responsible for the Holocaust. Like, what the fuck are we saying here? One does not correlate to the other. That's a problem. If you're actually going to be transparent, be all the way transparent. Yep, there you go. Don't give me water and tell me it's tea. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Now, granted, we'll give the credit. We will give the credit. They at least released something. They could have just given us nothing and been like, well, sorry, we can't tell you. It's a matter of national security or some bullshit like this. But I'm not going to lie a little bit. I kind of have faith in Cash Patel and Pam Bondi. I don't really know all that much. But Cash Patel, he doesn't really he's not very political. He just kind of calls it up the fucking middle, which is why they brought him in for Russiagate. Oh, so you can you show us on the doll where you were never there? Bet you can't. Just yeah, I'm actually I'm not disappointed. I'm just more like, what the fuck are we doing here? Don't It's the same way like what's his name? Ivan the other night was going off about, well, they fire all the people from the place. They fire them from the nuclear arsenal. They control all the things. Well, Elon Musk addressed that and said, we fired them for about an hour and then they were hired right back like it never changed anything. Dear Lord. You look like an OnlyFans for somebody who won't pay for the thing there with that shit there, Beans. Won't pay for the sub. What the fuck? But you're not wrong either. Like that's the sad part is you're actually 100% spot on with that. That's exactly what it is. JFK was killed by dot 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 black screen error 404 file not found. This is that Yeah, I mean, people are like, I think I would have been more shocked if they actually did release everybody's name. I think that would have been more shocking. Might as well do this while I've got the silver still out and wet. This dagger blade. Yeah, now I'm thinking about it, that actually would have been more shocking. Like, holy shit, they actually released everything. And yeah, I know they're doing it in phases. Phase one is just to let you know that people were there and he had contacts on his phone and stuff. What is it? Phase like 107 before we actually find out anything that we didn't already like either know or suspect, or is like smoking gun evidence where they can actually, because I know they said that, yeah, we're talking about going after people for a crime. Now granted, there were victims, and yes, they need to protect those victims. I 110% agree with that. Like, some poor girl doesn't need her whole life upended, especially if she's keeping it a secret from like her significant other. And for those people that, are out there, and I'm not saying this to anybody in this chat, that say, but she was there and this, that, and the other, and the third, and should come out. No, that's not a topic that you're going to breach with somebody that you're intimate with all the time. Sometimes people have secrets, and they like to keep those secrets, and it's kind of fucked up to just out them in the public like that. So I can kind of feel that part of it, where I'm not going to get upset about like, oh, well, we had to omit the victim's name. Well, good, you should. Like, I knew plenty of girls when I was younger that did stupid things that I'll never talk about, even though I know about them, that they told me in confidence, or, and it's like, oh, well, it's kind of fucked up. Touchy subject. No need for the world to know that. They don't need to know that about you. I'm getting to the part I'm going to dread. It's all the easy pieces. Wonder about something now. Stuff shouldn't be wet anymore. Alright, so those will end up getting glued in like that. That should run. Actually, that is still kind of wet. I'll leave that alone. Dear Lord. This is going to be a pain. Like, yeah, just imagine that. Chick's married, has kids with this dude. They're happy. Everything's going well for her. All this comes out. Her name's on the list from Epstein's Island. Is one of those girls. Like, oh, her husband divorces her, takes their kid, just completely abandons her, calls her the worst names possible, slut shames her. She didn't know any better because she was like 16 at the time. Just awful shit can happen. Awful, awful stuff. And I'd like to say that, the good in people and all this would see past it and everything. Nope. Some people are just that shallow. Some people are that judgmental and not understanding of people that have pasts and have done things in their past. And it's kind of an unfortunate thing. What's that Christian saying? Where's Danny Boss when I need him? He'll tell me that Christian saying. What is it? Let he who's without sin cast the first stone. I'm just wondering, how is the mainstream news covering it? That's what I want to know. They actually covering it like, like you turn on Fox News and it's like, this is the greatest thing ever. Look at all this information that's been released. Look at all the transparency and to me it's just kind of a bummer. I thought it would be a lot more fun to talk about. We'd have a lot to just laugh about. Be like, yep, knew it. Knew Bill Gates had 16-year-olds flown to his hotel room. And he likes being put up in stirrups and then they bring out the machine with the toy on the end for his rectum. If you get what I'm saying. Rectum damn near killed him. Hell, I don't even know if I'm still streaming or not. They might have taken my stream down already. The entire chat went quiet. It really did. Everything just went silent. Did I go off too hard? Did my mouth run too much? Yes. So you know what that's about, right, Sheree? I had said this. I don't even think you were on stream yet. I had said this at the very beginning of the show. So what happened was she inquired about every Epstein file, and the FBI kept reassuring her that she had every file. And then a place in New York, like the FBI in New York, same place that prosecuted Donald Trump, the same area, prosecuted Donald Trump. I can't remember who else they brought charges against, but they came out and said, well, we found 2,000 documents and they were holding them out. That's what I was saying earlier about, I think Hillary Clinton had it like a hand in there and tried to bury documents, like keep them from coming out in public, basically. It would make sense because like there's no way that Bill Clinton is not guilty of shit. Like he's got to be guilty. But yeah, so they found 2,000, and that was her like letting Cash Patel know, like, yo, they're fucking around. You know what I mean? Like, I need these other documents because those other documents are probably what we want to see. That's probably the parts they held out. And I'm not gonna lie, a little bit where I think with as much of a popcorn fart as this was, like this little name release bullshit where it's all redacted, I think that the good parts, that's why they weren't released, is because they're mainly hidden. They've been hiding them. And it's not going to go one way or the other. It's not going to be like, oh, well, it's just Democrats on here. It's a whole bunch of no. It's going to be Democrats, Republicans, foreign nationals, ambassadors. Like it's going to be some fucked up shit we're going to see. Like just ones that'll probably so like Chris Evans was a surprise that he actually like knew Epstein. I never would have thought that. I mean, if it turns out Henry Cavill is on one of those lists, Bina's going to divorce him and take the kids and half his shit, guaranteed. Yeah, Gene Hackman. Apparently, his daughter came out and said that it was carbon monoxide poisoning, which happens. But the only thing that's really weird about it is I think CLB was saying earlier that he was found mummified. Like, what? Like, I don't know what that's about. Like, are we talking like, did he wrap himself in toilet paper before he died, like mummified? Are we talking about like they removed the heart, the brain, like pulled his brain through his nose, mummified? Like, what are we talking about with mummified here? Like he was dead for like 2 months and his wife was keeping him in the freezer mummified? Like, I need a little bit more specific. Like that one word can go a lot of ways. That's what she said. Because I'll tell you what, if I'm having a heart attack and I'm pretty sure I'm going to die, I'm going to wrap myself in toilet paper just so it's reported that I was mummified, found mummified. We don't know what the hell happened here, sir, but Gam was wrapped head to toe in toilet. He was mummified. I think if I know I'm going to die, I'm going to set up like a blender, right? Actually, I'm going to get a chainsaw and I'm going to start that bitch up So this way, when I die, I fall forward into it and then have my hand hanging over a blender. So people will be like, what the fuck happened here? Just walk in like, holy shit. What did we walk into? Make the police explain that shit. I want like full CSI teams, everything else, and it'd be like, nah, he just had a heart attack and died. Well, then what the fuck is all this? We don't know. We don't know. At least make it interesting, man. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It is a dry heat that does, will do you in. But mummified, like, holy shit. We walked into his house, Walk Like an Egyptian was playing on the radio, and there he was, mummified. It was just odd, I'm telling you. Oh, I hate doing this light ash yellow over top of a black. This is going to be rough. Gene Hackman, dead. Keith Richards, still playing guitar. Coincidence? Although, I can't lie. Anytime I think of Gene Hackman, I think of him as the coach in the replacements, Lex Luthor, um, Hoosiers. He was the coach in that movie Hoosiers. I'm trying to remember what the other one was. What's the other role that I always think of whenever I think of Gene Hackman? Everybody always says the French Connection. I'm like, no. For some reason, it never really. Maybe I'm just too young to remember the movie that fondly. Oh, Unforgiven. Gene Hackman and Unforgiven, like where he was like the retired gunslinger that became the sheriff. He was actually a great actor. Yeah, I'll never forget when I was a kid seeing him as Lex Luthor. Yeah, that's just it. He was in Young Frankenstein too. He was like the blind man or whatever. But he is. He's in everything, but you're just like when you actually like I think the Royal Tenenbaums, which I did not like that movie, but he was still in it. But yeah, Unforgiven is Little Bill, I think his name was. The part where he beats the shit out of like you can tell they caught and worked over Morgan Freeman's character, Ned, and like he's just beat to shit. And Gene Hackman looks at him and he's like, now you're gonna tell me what I want to know, Ned, or I'm gonna hurt you this time, and I won't be gentle like before. And like the look, just the way he says it, and the way that Morgan Freeman sells it on his face, you're like, my God, he tortured the shit out of him. Like, what a bastard. Yeah, I can believe that. It sounds like something Gene Hackman would say. I mean, and that's honestly, that is pretty much the legit case, too. I still don't know if Trump's going to go down as one of the greatest or one of the. He won't be one of the worst, or if he's just like a middle kind of president. But just because Joe Biden's terrible doesn't make Trump great yet either. We'll have to wait and see. We need those grocery prices to come down. Everybody to have a little bit more money in their pockets. Stuff like this to happen first. He's got a lot on his plate. I think he's making overtures in the right direction, but we won't know until this 4 years ends. If everybody's in a better place than, where we were. I mean, granted, it's going to be hard to be as crap as Joe Biden was, but stranger things have happened. Never say never. I'd have bet my house on Trump winning that in 2020, rigged election or not. Do I think Israel owns Trump? Jesus Christ. I don't know why YouTube is specifically censoring anytime we mention anything about different shit. It's like censoring your stuff. I had to read that off the tiny screen. No, I don't think Israel owns Trump. I do not think that they own Trump. I think Trump is his own man. I don't think anybody really owns Trump. I think one of Trump's greatest strengths is he has an ego where when you say shit about him or treat him a certain way, it doesn't hurt him. The only problem is that's also one of his greatest weaknesses because if you flatter him the right way, he reciprocates that flattery. So it's weird because it's like one of his greatest strengths, but it's also one of his biggest weaknesses. And Netanyahu has always kissed the ring, and even when Trump came in the first time, Netanyahu sucked right up to him. Like I said, Beans, I think the reason why is because you said something about Israel and YouTube. I can see it on the small screen. I can't see it on my like tablet screen though. The tablet I read the chat and stuff from, I have to look at my monitor. But I don't know why that's happening. I don't know why you're getting censored like that. But I'm reading it as soon as I see it, so you know I'm seeing it, you know? You know. You know. Let's see. Is that the right color for that hair? Yep. Yeah. And you're not wrong. Like, that's one of those things I'll never understand. Well, I get certain words should get you, like, in trouble, right? I can understand certain words that would definitely, you shouldn't say them. Like, they're just, how to say, unattractive words. No, how to say, like, racial slurs, stuff like this. But, I don't know if it's labeling you anti Semitic when you're popping that in or what, which I know you're not. You don't care about somebody's ethnicity or their religion. But I'm wondering if YouTube automatically filters like that and why it does. I guess because, same way if you had said the N word in my chat, maybe YouTube censors that as well. I don't know. Well, before you mentioned nicotine, right? While legal, it's still technically a drug, I guess. And I don't know. I don't know. You got to remember, Beans, when you were a moderator, we had somebody on here who had a whole debate with me for what, 3 hours or some shit, telling me about how the Great Reset was going to happen and all that stuff. And I kept telling them they were nuts and everything. And at the end of the stream, I know you didn't do this, but it said that you deleted or you censored every one of their chats. They didn't say that, but YouTube said that. And I was like, how is that even fucking possible? I was like, what the fuck? Like, what just happened? You were like, yo, I didn't do it. Like, I promise you I didn't do it. And I believed you because I looked right where Alien told me to look, and there was nobody on the block list. And that's the only way you wipe people. Everything I watched after the fact said this is the only way you can wipe out somebody's whole chat log through your entire stream like this is to censor them. You can say whatever you want. I'll read it off the small screen if it doesn't come up. Because honestly, I don't give a shit. You're not saying anything awful. You're not saying anything against any religion or race or anything like that. You're not being racist. You're not being anti Semitic. If we're talking about countries, like, if I can say that the United States, parts of it are a shithole, I should be able to say parts of Israel are a shithole, right? Like, it shouldn't matter. It's stating an opinion. I mean, opinions don't necessarily equate to facts. So I don't know. I do know this is a pain in my ass getting this fucking light ass yellow on these buns. Or Boston being a shithole. I went to Boston once. Well, MIT, really. We were on the campus or whatever with my daughter. Um, it was all right. I didn't find it to be like, I mean, shit, growing up just outside Philly, like that, you want to talk about a shithole. Holy fuck. There's a reason it's called the city of brotherly blood, or just go up north in New Jersey to like Newark. Like you could tell you were in New Jersey by the smell. It was fucking bad. Have a good night, Beans. I'm almost done for the night anyway. I got to let this stuff dry and then layer out again and again and again. And then I got to go into the skin tones, the socks, the feet, the base, do touch up again next time. And actually, I might be able to get it all done next time, depending on how much of a layer I get on tonight on this yellow. I knew this was going to be a pain in my dick. Knew it, knew it, knew it. Tighten up some shit. Holy shit! Out of nowhere. Here comes Paul. Hey, y'all, it's me, Paul. Somebody mentioned Christianity. What's going on, player? What's going on, fool? Any other interesting news going on? I mean, like I didn't cover like 500 topics or something. Like it feels like I covered 30 topics tonight. From Gene Hackman dying to Epstein, who Epstein was flying. Like it's been a wild ride. God damn. I gotta paint. I gotta figure out what the skin tone is for this too. God damn it. Oh, there you go. I knew there was something I missed. Dude, do not go back to New Jersey. Oh, God. Don't go back to New Jersey. Just the taxes alone will kill you. Do not go back to New Jersey. There is nothing there worth a shit. And, yeah, Joy Reid. I forgot all about that. That's a good call, Shirai. Joy Reid getting clipped. In a way, I kind of disagree with it. unless they are going to fire like Maddow and the rest of them. That's another one that got clipped. Lester Holt. You know who Lester Holt is, right? I don't know what is he on? CBS? NBC? I can't remember. But yeah, Lester Holt apparently got fired too, or let go, or what have you. NBC, yeah. Lester Holt's gone too. That was another one that just happened. Six is here. Good God. You guys waited till the latest of late night. But I'm happy you're here. Good to see you guys. Yeah, Joy Reid. But yeah, I mean, if they're going to keep Rachel Maddow, they might as well keep Joy Reid because what the hell's the difference? You know what I mean? Like, they're two peas in a pod. It's like when they fired Chris Cuomo, or yeah, fired Chris Cuomo and kept Don Lemon. Like, no, you got to fire both of them or neither of them. Like, if you're talking about going in a different direction, then get rid of everybody, not just one person. Because, like, legitimately, they all talk the same shit. It's like if you're gonna fire the people at Fox News, and you're like, all right, I'm firing Jesse Waters, I'm firing what's that fucking chick with the fucking face that like she she looks like Luke Wilson or no Owen Wilson. What the hell's her name? And then Hannity, right? Like you got to fire all three of them. What the fuck is that chick's name? The chick who looks just like Owen Wilson, or yeah, Owen Wilson. Yeah, well, yeah, and that's just it. Six. Wondering where the hell you been. Like you disappeared for a minute. Yeah, yeah. And you know who else is absent? So Devin's still missing, which scares me. Mister's missing, but he's probably traveling. He'll end up like playing it back and listening to it in like two times speed where I sound like a chipmunk. So when you hit this part, Mister, if you are listening in two times speed, now that's gonna sound real fucked up. Um Dude, what is the chick on Fox News that looks like Owen Wilson? What the hell's her name? Laura Ingram, that's her name. I think that's her name. She does. She looks like Owen Wilson. Yeah, you know what? I started listening to everything at 1.5 speed. Just I don't know. I don't have time for half the bullshit. So it's just like speed it up. Speed it up. And it screws you up because you want to pay attention to one part of it, so you slow it down. You're like, oh, it's so slow. Yeah, you're not wrong, Six. There is a lot, like there is just so much shit going on. So much shit's going on, but nothing's really going on. Like legitimately, the news is about 30 seconds if you just say what the news is. Now, if you give your opinion, that takes a while. But if you just like, oh, well, the news is on. What's the news? There is a fire in downtown Toledo today, and da 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 da. Six trucks, a factory burned down. Film at 11. Like, just game over. But somebody telling you, like, how the fire looked and all that kind of shit and how they felt about it and why it's Trump's fault, that takes time. That part takes time. Yeah, the opinions, it's like, so you got shows that are really, I don't know. All right, take, I think one of the highest rated shows is Fox News' The Five, right? If you just listen to the part in the beginning where they're like, like Elon Musk and Doge are getting criticized by all the Democrats right now. Here's the clips of it. And then they go, Harold, what do you think? If you skip the whole Harold, what do you think? Greg, what do you think? Jesse, what do you think? Show's over in 5 minutes. Six. Six with the win. There you go, right there. Well, yeah, and you're not wrong forever. So that's the whole thing. When it became 24-hour news, you had to perpetuate the news because everything was over in half hour. Like you didn't tune into the 10 o'clock news, 11 o'clock news or whatever. You watched it for half an hour. You found out everything going the fuck on. No opinion to it. Just this is what happened today. And that was it. But once they went to that 24-hour format, they got to fill all that, 23 hours and 30 minutes of time. Then they had to do, the weather, like weather. Like, oh, we're going to do a weather channel. And it's like, okay, so a segment that lasts like basically 5 minutes on network TV is now an entire 24-hour news cycle. I don't need to know what the weather is over Russia right now. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Yep, MTV News. MTV News was good stuff. But just remember, it's MTV's fault. We got reality TV too. It's my generation's fault for that shit. It really is Gen X's fault for all the survivors and the Bachelor and all that stuff. That's our fault because we all watched the Real World and Road Rules and all that bullshit. We all tuned in because it was something different, and because it hit so big, they just adapted it to every aspect of life. Like, did you ever wonder what it was like to watch two lesbians date? Well, that's going to be a new reality series, Lesbian Dating Game. Hosted by Rosie O'Donnell. Hypnotized and mesmerized. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, the fuck around and find out generation of Generation X really is our fault in a lot of ways. Which you would think, raised in a fuck around, find out generation, why did we raise our kids to be soft? Which in turn raised their kids to be softer, which led us to a whole entire generation of just bitches. I don't understand. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, that's one thing. I've been on the I've been on the cover of the front page of a newspaper for good things, not ill things. But I've never been on TV. I don't ever want to be on TV. Like if I were on TV back in the day, it would have been for something nefarious, guaranteed. But you know, nowadays it's like South Carolina man has to have foot surgically removed from neighbor's ass after playing his bass too loud. Like shit. We're finally starting to get that candy coat on this damn thing. Dear Lord, what a pain in the ass. Painting hair is a pain in the ass, everybody. I need to stick to models that have less hair, like the Hulk or Venom or Iron Man. Right. I'm sorry, son. I raised you to be a bitch. Like, that still has me dead. Because he was, like, the way Chappelle says it. You ever hold, you ever hold heavy metal like that before, son? No, Dad, I don't know what the hell to do with this. I'm sorry, I raised you to be a bitch, son. Oh, that line's great. And I had that feeling that Chappelle just shot that one from the hip, like that wasn't part of the script. It was kind of like the same way that what's his name, just Clay Travis or whoever the hell it was, came out and just said like, yeah, Democrats are PU 55 wise. Like he just said that shit, like just said it matter of factly. Like wasn't even thinking about it when he said it. He was just like saying it like, oh no, it's just true. It was fucking great. Yeah, but that's just it. That's man, we need more Dave Chappelle's. I'll tell you who I find to be a complete, pretty much piece of shit is Bill Burr. I think it is right because I realized what his shtick is. He's just saying whatever's unpopular on whichever side. That's it. So if the Democrats are in power and all over it or whatever, then he starts talking about how great Trump is. If Trump and Republicans and shit like this are in power, then he starts talking about how great Democrats are. Like he just tries to create outrage to drive money into his pocket. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess you must like unfiltered people, Sheree, because you watch this show. Because I'm pretty unfiltered. I'm pretty non-compliant with guidelines. It's a good way of putting it. I'm just not compliant with the guidelines. Like, oh, you can't say that. The fuck I can't. I'm just some asshole talking on the internet. I can say whatever the fuck I want. If I felt some kind of way, then I'd say it, you know? I just, like I said, anybody who wants to stream, try just talking shit for fucking 3 hours or 4 hours or whatever the hell I do. See if you can pull it off. It's not easy, although it is fun. And it is cool doing it. One of those things that pisses me off more than anything about some YouTubers, not gonna lie, is how they talk about how hard they have to work at this shit. Have some kind of position that you actually believe in. Ready? Here you go. Here's the trick. Be moderately entertaining and talk to interesting people in your chat. Right? Never work a day in your life. Never work a day in your life if this is your job. That's, you want the trick? That's the trick. Be moderately entertaining. Have interesting people in your chat that you can talk to. And that's but people that sit there and whine, bitch, and complain about, oh my god, it's so difficult and it's so hard. The fuck it is. Like it's hard to just keep talking shit, but if it's hard to be authentic and be a human being for 3 hours and some change and just yourself, like yeah, you need to you need therapy. As Paul will tell you, you need to go find Jesus. Like even if you've got wrong opinions or you know, shit opinions or whatever. Just be yourself, be authentic. Just be a real person. And if you're not, then people are going to be like, yeah, you're not real. You're full of shit. And they'll be able to tell and they'll fucking hate your guts. But outside of that, just be honest. Dear Lord. Let's see what this hair looks like on her. I don't even know which way these spikes are supposed to go. I think they go up. Oh, oh, no, I'm not fucking with it. It's still wet. So much of it is painted, though. Still got legs to do. Let's see, does it actually fit in the back? It do. So this will get glued back here. No, but the knives go on her legs. Let's see. Is that right? That looks right. These go here. Like that. So we're getting there. definitely getting there with her. For her neck holes. Where's your neck hole? Let me put something in there. These things go up here. All right. Here. See if that will sit. Find it. Damn it, there's a hole in your head. Oh, she's starting to look like Toga. Yeah, I mean, anybody with a real talent like Six, who can play the drums and shit, you know, he's authentic. You can hear it. It's like, oh shit, he's knocking the hell out of those things. You know, I paint, and sometimes it comes out good. Sometimes it comes out looking like shit. And I try to fix it if it's looking like shit. I think she's starting to actually look a little bit better. A little disappointed I have to coat her like 18 times. Actually get the right color match and everything else. Paint, goddamn hair, I hate hair. But, you know, at least it's something that I've kind of done. Even though I didn't build the model myself. The paint job or whatever is all me. Something original. Oh. It's so I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say it's complicated. Um, I think Sheree said this maybe two streams ago. If it's worth it, you practice until you're good. You're not going to start out great. You got to practice till you get decent at something. Yeah, nobody starts out decent at it, so it's one of those disappointing things. But I'm sure if we go back and look at one of my early streams when I'm doing like the Pokemon, they came out decent. They look all right and everything else. They didn't come out bad, but guaranteed if I were to paint those same Pokemon now, they're going to look much, much better. I'll find out because I've got Pokemon prints that I'm going to have to do for my daughter's birthday and all that shit again. So, and there'll be different ones, but I bet you they come out with a better patterning, maybe some gradients to the color, stuff like that. Because I've learned little tips and techniques as I've gone through. And I think that might actually be an interesting thing sometime. Maybe I'll do like a fast compilation. I always say I'm going to do shit like this and just never do because laziness is my superpower. But do a quick compilation of like, you know, different stuff getting painted and the way it's coming out, and then some of the later stuff and how much more I'm hitting into some of the details and the way it looks and everything. Like yeah, six. I completely hear that. I can understand that. Um, you know, my buddy Guido, he was like that for a long time where you you had a song come on the radio or whatever and he was a bass player and he would play whatever, no problem. And then I'm going to say probably right around 40 years old, that's when he started playing in bands that were doing all original music and stuff, and he was actually writing songs like and I've said this before, if you listen to or you watch one of my older videos, like one of my original where it's just a video, not a live, and you listen to that theme song in the beginning, he wrote that. That was his song. That's him playing the bass on it and everything else. And then he had his bandmates, like he was like, here you go, this is the part I want you to play, like the drummer and the guitar or what have you. But it took him, God, he's been playing since he was like 12, 10, something like that. But it took him that long before he stopped playing that because he started to view it like that. Same way you're viewing it, where you're doing somebody else's music. But then he came up with his own fucking thing, you know? And if you want to make your own thing, you can. Like, I've designed my own shit. It just doesn't look very good. Like, it doesn't. It's not as detailed like, like Hulk here. I can't get that musculature to look this way. Like, it looks flat. It doesn't hill and valley like that. It looks shitty. But you know what I mean? It's a matter of just building up to it. God. Oh. All right. I still got her lower end. Isn't her skirt blue? My blue's still wet. My blue is not wet. I'm sitting there like sticking my finger in it. Drug my hand through it like 12 times. Should have done the skirt real quick just to get that knocked out. Maybe I will. Do the skirt real quick and then call it a night. I'm going to have to figure out skin tone exactly the way I want to go for the skin tone. She's got. It's interesting, like the way they did her skin tone. Like Toga is a weird looking character when you really break her down. Thanks, Sheree. I think I'm doing all right. Like I said, it's been a lot of going back and repaint, going back and repaint, going back and repaint. Like these hairs, like the bun, it may look solid on camera, but there's definitely some drab spots in there where I can still see. I'm gonna have to fix. So it's gonna be like I'll have to retouch them up next time or what have you. Same way I had to go back, retouch up the whole damn top half. And the other part of it is once this one's done and it gets hit with the sealant or whatever, it's done. And then it goes over to England to David Mon. So there's no getting it back to like, well, you know what? Maybe I need to go back and revisit. It's once it's sent, it's done. Thanks, Six. Yeah, fucking. I, is it just me or does it feel like something else should happen? I know I'm probably opening this up to a whole can of worms, but does it feel like something big should happen in the world? Like something like I don't even know how to describe it. Ah, the pewter D&Ds. Yeah, pewter D&D. Um, so those characters, you don't want to use brushes like this at all. There's a reason why I like this figure was about this big, and it was this big total, and I blew it up. I made it the size it is because there's no fucking way, just no way of working on it right. Like you get into the micro stuff or the little pewter figurines. Um, Yeah, you're going to very, very fine brushes where you're just getting like one stroke on. You definitely don't want to use this crafting paint like I'm using. Like, you got to remember, I'm doing this where the point was to show people that you can do this shit on a budget. That you don't need a $5 bottle of paint to make something look good. You can do it with crafting paint. That you can take, I think this entire model probably cost about, I think it was like $6.75 in resin. When I break it down to volume and size and all that, like there's an actual counter when I'm printing a model that it tells me how much each piece costs to make, how much resin it's going to use, all that. It calculates all of it. So then you just add it all up and you know. But yeah, like those little pewter models, you definitely, it's the same thing with the Warhammer models. Like there's guys who do professional paint jobs on them and shit. And the paints they're using and stuff, they can cost up to $12 a bottle, depending on what you're doing with it. And the brushes will be like a $30 brush for like has two hairs to it, but those hairs always point the same way or whatever. But the whole point was to show like people like CLB who's kind of interested in 3D printing, not sure if he can do it. Like, yes, you can do it. Yes, you can do it. You can do it all night long. That it is possible to do it on a budget and have like a fun little hobby or side thing and create something instead of just destroying everything like I used to do. Because God knows I'm good at destroying shit, but building it, whole different matter. Trying to hit the damn hem on the skirt. I don't even know if you guys can see. There's a little heart on her underwear too in there. Can you guys see it right there? Like right there. You can kind of tilt and you can kind of see there's a heart on her underwear. Then I'm gonna have to paint too. I don't have to paint it, but since I know it's there and I would feel like I kind of gypped them by not putting a heart on the underwear. I got a couple flat areas. Probably why you quit before you began. Yeah, I mean, I remember those, and those pewter D&D figures are worth a fortune nowadays. They really are because now everything's done in resin or plastic. So they're like cheap as shit. Those old pewter ones, I still have a few of the pewter ones. Man, I'll tell you what, and this is one of those things I don't think Paul's in the chat anymore. If he is, he'll tell you. I thought about DMing a couple of guys, and Paul being one of them, because he really likes to play D&D and was just trying to learn or whatever. But I thought about DMing, just doing an adventure real quick, DMing and streaming it while we did it. Like Smurf, who's in here every now and again, having him get in on it. Just a couple different people, but it never materialized. Because, well, laziness is my superpower. All right, we got our skirt done. Oh, good lord. And this better not be strep throat I'm getting. I don't know what the hell. I rarely get sick. When I get sick, I get really sick. And like the fact that it's got to be like allergies because the weather has been awesome, actually. I can't bitch about the weather. But it definitely went from winter to springtime in about a day. Yeah, forever back in high school, he would DM all the time. Like he would be DMing constantly every lunchtime. Him and like four different people. I remember one time he had this. Everybody was hung up on it, and I was walking past the table, and I stopped, and I was like, I looked at everybody's character sheet real quick, and I'm like, "What's the problem?" And they're like, "We got to get out of this." Like, but I got this bracelet on me, and I can't get out of it, and all this other stuff, and they're like, and he didn't give us anything to get out of it, and blah blah blah. And I looked at the one dude's character sheet. I was like, "Oh yeah, he did. It's right there on your sheet. You guys just don't see it." And then he like studying the sheet, and he's like, "I try using this," and then Forever's like, "Yep," and you drink the potion of like gelatinous cube or something like that, and the band falls right off you. And I was like, "Yeah, dude, because it has nothing to grip to, you asshole." Like you guys aren't out thinking the DM. That's the whole goal of the game, really. If you're a good player. Yeah, I don't know. Toga is slowly moving forward. Damn, Sheree. So gold card Swalwell. I didn't tell you anything else to remember, did I? I love Sheree. She's the greatest mod on these internets. Everybody give her a shout out. She is amazing. Be mid conversation on a different live, and all of a sudden I'll be like, Sheree, make sure I mention this, and she'll be like, okay, no problem. First thing she does as soon as she hops in, bam, hey Gam, blah 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 blah. Greatest mod on these internets. I'm waiting to see what YouTube channel Sheree comes up with. She's the best. I'm sure there is. I mean, look, I got a face built for radio. I do definitely. I need to. I got to stop being lazy and set up stream yards because then shit like when aliens in the chat or whatever, I can be like, alien, you want a link? And just send him the link and have him hop in. And he can literally hop in the stream with me. And then we can sit here and just have at it. Stuff like that. Or I can go hop on Alien Stream and be like, yo, bro, what's going on? And then maybe get Six to set up his drums in the background. Going ham on those things. Yeah. All going to be about her damn skin tone. The socks are like a gray, almost black. Yeah, Discord and Streamlabs. Discord, I've tried that. It's all right. Streamlabs is actually, it seems to be the best way to go. Like Discord, I don't know. I I've seen a couple dually streams like that, and it's just, I don't know. It just doesn't line up right for some reason. But StreamYards or Streamlabs or whatever it is seems to run right. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. There's a part of me that wants to partner up with like 3 or 4 different people that are normally in chat on ABL Live and just do a stream at the same time, watching ABL Live and commenting as we go. Like as he's going through, like, oh shit, he's gonna do the accent again. Oh my god. Oh, look, that guy said shit in the chat. Sheree's gonna get him. Watch, it's gonna delete. 3, 2, 1. There it goes. Bye. Like, oh yeah, look at this shit. Oh, he's talking about whoever is doing ghetto politics this week. Like, oh god, what's the one chick now? Like completely just pisses me off because it's like, lady, what are we doing here? Like you're not benefiting anybody. Um, fucking Crockett, is that her name? Is that her name? Something Crockett. Jasmine Crockett. There you go. Both of them had the same function forever. All right, I'm definitely gonna have to screw with Streamlabs then, because I know there's a way I can import everything from OBS to it. Who the hell is Julicia? You know, Steve Kerfuffle was saying something like that. Like, yo, Julicia, is that your real name? Is that actually, like, he kept yelling at chat the other night, and I couldn't figure out who he was yelling at. Now, I'll tell you what, like, it's not just a Democrat thing either. That shit, remember, there's a woman, her name was Kim Klasick, and she was like in Baltimore walking around in high heels and a red dress. Very pretty girl, or pretty woman. And it turned out she was actually like a stripper and it was all a grift. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I think she called in this past show That was the one that was just like everybody in the chat's like, what the hell are you saying? Right? Wow. She stopped calling in because Chicago PD was always last caller? Really? Yeah, okay. Yep. She said I love you. Yep, yep, yep. That was the other night. Yeah, and he's like, "Alrighty," and got off the line. Yep. Yeah, I did see that part. I can't remember who was saying it, but wasn't like ABL's ex-wife like one of the viewers? Like, wasn't she like a viewer or something? I don't know. Somebody said that. I don't know if it's true. I don't think I should repeat shit like that if it's not, you know. If it is, whatever, but I know somebody was saying that. I can't remember who. They were like, yeah, ABL's ex-wife was one of the people in the chat and always watched the show or whatever. Wow. You know, why did I not see any of that shit in the chat? Was I just not paying that much of attention? Because I know, like I said, Steve Kerfuffle went the fuck off. And he was just like, is that even your real name? It's like, oh shit. Yeah, well, that's because those people were not ABL. And that's all she wants is ABL. She calls ABL sexual chocolate. Yeah, that's. I don't have time for people like that. So basically she calls in because she wants that attention. She like wants reassurance from the audience viewing that, oh my god, what an amazing call you just made. Like I said, I don't know if it's just me and I'm just real with things, but if like my art looks like shit, right? Like if I'm painting it and it's coming out like shit, I'm honest with you guys and I'm like, yeah, this looks like shit. You know, that's how I see it. That's I'm just telling you now. If you can disagree with me, say, "Oh, you did a good job." Or if I think it looks like shit, I'll tell you it looks like shit. You know, but you gotta, yeah, like you gotta be real with yourself, and that's if you're insecure like that, you should not be on a phone calling into a show and voicing your opinion. If you're just doing it for that kind, if you're doing it to add something to the conversation, that's one thing. If you're doing it because you want that reassurance that you are right, and honestly, I'm not going to lie, that's one of those things where I don't even know if I should mention the person's name. I think I'll leave them nameless, just because I'm not going to be a prick like that, even though I normally am. Um, but when they didn't get the reassurance that they wanted, then all of a sudden they distance themselves from people. Like they completely distanced themselves and muted them and all that kind of shit. Because they wanted to be told that their point of view was right, and you know everything they said was 100% A1, and it wasn't. And I mean, that's fine. It was like the one dude talking shit on Alien while he called in. And this was, I don't know, God, I don't even know how many shows it was back. But it was funny because Alien, one of the people that's always on his channel, the one girl Amanda, was in there, and she started going off on this guy, and I was like, "Yo, dude, like, why are you talking shit on Alien?" Basically, like, we started to go ham on him, and then Alien was like, what are you all upset about? And then we told him, like, well, she told him, like, yeah, this dude was talking shit on you, and Alien's like, look, I'm usually the last call. If you think I'm fucking stupid for my opinion, that's fine. You're entitled to yours, but you basically, like, he told him in a nice way to go fuck himself. It was hysterical. Well, guys, I think I'm gonna bring this one to a close. I'll be back next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. And I think I'll be able to finish this one next time. I think part 3 might be the last part, as long as this fucking face comes out all right. Because, let's see. See how these buns look. Let's see how these buns look. No, let's see how these buns look. Let's see. Yeah. Where's that other little piece? She's got the two that go up like that. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, all right. So once I finish up with the actual paint job on the skin, the eyes, the teeth, it'll be ready to assemble, it looks like. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. Throat's starting to get sore from running my gums so much. Dog's probably got to go out, and it's getting late, and I don't want to bore you guys. I don't mind being an asshole, but being boring would be too much. But thank you guys. I appreciate every last one of you. And I thank you for tuning in every week, even if it's just for a brain break or to drop in, say hi, or watch the whole show and chill. Yeah, man, and I appreciate that too. I don't know what's going on. Like I said, it might just be allergies at this point. I think the main cold's gone. I'm still jacked up for some reason, but it is definitely getting to be springtime, and there is a ton of pollen where I'm at, so could be that too. But thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you all. I really do appreciate you, and you're the whole reason I do this show. Do this little get together painting session, whatever the fuck we want to call it. And shout out to Sheree, still the greatest, still reigning, undefeated, undeniable greatest mod on these internets. You know, ride or dies come around here and there, but I'm glad I got you as one. 6, keep banging them drums forever. Keep filming those videos. Everybody, I'll catch you next Thursday, 8 o'clock. Thank you again. And until I see you next time, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, guys.